We have roll call, please.
Peggy Miller-Aragon,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. Okay, so we're moving along on to our special issues. And tonight is going to be the discussion of the Albuquerque Public Schools Board of Education implementation of student outcomes focused governance. Superintendent Scott Elder and Ashley Paz from the Council of the Great City Schools is going to have the floor and start presenting. And I believe what we're going to do here is just, you guys are going to present where we are and the things that were happening or what's going on. And Ashley is going to also help facilitate our conversation as we go through the actual decision or just looking at our goals and getting to an outcome on that. So welcome.
Thank you. I believe Ashley is our facilitator and is going to take point for the moment.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, Superintendent Elder and President Montoya Cordova. My name is Ashley Paz, and I am a governance coach from the Council of Great City Schools. Tonight, I'm really excited to be helping facilitate this conversation for you all. And I'm going to start off by doing that and celebrating some of the work that you have done up until this point. So I really want to take us back just a couple of months. Your journey on your board the journey that you all have been on really began in October. We had an initial conversation highlighting that the reason that school systems exist is to improve student outcomes. And for that purpose, the reason that school boards exist is to represent the community's vision and values in pursuit of improved student outcomes. As we dove into this conversation around your function,
Oh no. Oh dear.
of the community, we lifted up. Can you hear me, Yolanda?
Froze for a moment there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me stop my other stream,
Yeah.
and that might make it better. Okay, great. Are we good now?
We are. Yes, hopefully. No, you're still. All right. Ashley, is there bad weather in your area? I hope there's not a storm or anything.
There is not.
Okay, so hopefully
You can hear me now?
you're cutting in and out. It's not the best. So hopefully we can.
Okay.
Maybe just check in every once in a while, or we'll.
Okay.
Someone can raise, maybe Yolanda can raise her hand and you can signal you.
Okay, that sounds good. So let me start over. So I want to take us back just to briefly discuss the journey that your board has been on. So we began our journey by addressing the fact that the reason that school systems exist is to improve student outcomes. And for that purpose, the reason that school boards exist is to represent the community's vision and values in pursuit of improved student outcomes. As we dove into this conversation around your function of representing the vision and values of your community, we lifted up the way that you, the board, clarifies those visions and those values into policy. This method is twofold. First, you listen to the community to understand what their vision is. You do this by asking the question, what should APS students know or be able to do? Then you take that collective vision and write it down in the form of goals. When you do this, you have to make sure they're smart and they describe exactly what the biggest priorities are for improved student outcomes. Next, the board has to listen for the community's shared values. You do this by listening again. You write down what you hear as guardrails. These guardrails are specific policy statements that describe the non-negotiables that the superintendent should adhere to while on the path to accomplishing your goals. In other words, we ask, what must the superintendent not do or stop doing in order to guard the community's values? For each of these goals and guardrails, children, specifically the children that APS is charged with empowering through knowledge and support from kindergarten to graduation. These children are center in your conversation. We want to given the resources so that they can execute on things that they know and things that they're able to do throughout their career with APS and after graduation, so that they're able to be productive members of society. This should always remain front and center. So in October, you adopted a timeline that was both deliberate and aggressive. You recognize the need for a different way to engage your community that expands the table where decisions are made by creating new space for the most chronically underheard voices, while also hearing from the people who give their time and energy to the school district throughout the year. At the same time, you recognize the need to act with deliberate speed so that the superintendent and his administration may effectively create a plan that is in alignment with these priorities that you will set and formally take action next week at your January 18th board meeting. So subsequent to that, your board has put in the hours to engage in your listening work. You went out to a broad number of community organizations, not to share, not to dominate the conversation, but to really just be in service and to demonstrate that service to the community by listening. Your staff has taken that listening, and together we have worked to compile the feedback into a summary document that you all have been provided in advance of today. And that document really highlights the high-level themes that came back from what your community had to say. In addition to this summary, you were provided all of the backup information. And I know that many of you have actually taken the time and you've gone through and pieces of feedback, if not every single piece. So I just want to thank you for the energy that you brought to this work and congratulate you on executing this portion of your responsibility as board members and representing the vision and values of the community. So before moving on, I have to celebrate some of the efforts that were put in by your team. So first and foremost, I would like to celebrate Superintendent Elder for overseeing this effort and creating the conditions for you all to be successful. Next, we cannot proceed without acknowledging Dr. Gabriella Blakey and Dr. Christy Albright. They answered the call all of you. And because of their organization and attention to detail, you all have received a respectable amount of feedback from a diverse group of stakeholders, 2,024 individual participants to be exact. For context, another district around the same size as you recently went through this process with 3 times the number of sessions over the same time period, and they had less than half of the participation that you did. This is a direct outcome from the priority that all of you set for this process to engage individuals from historically underheard or unheard communities. You wanted to ensure that you were able to hear from folks who have a unique communication or participation needs that traditionally prevent them from engaging around these types of processes. In response to this priority, your staff organized unique sessions for families of students who receive special education services, events, and for educators. You even hosted one session exclusively in Spanish for Spanish-speaking families in their native tongue. Each of these sessions was facilitated by at least 2 of you from the Board of Education, but I know that many of you attended multiple sessions, even the ones that you weren't facilitating. So it's important to remember that while this is a new process, the work was deeply informed by the expertise and past efforts from members of your APS staff and folks in the community who are holding us all accountable. It is especially important to celebrate the members of the committee who pulled these events together, faculty members that helped lend a hand while these all took place. I've already acknowledged Dr. Blakey and Dr. Albright, and I'd like to add to the list by thanking Monica Armienta and the communications team. Brian Garcia and the community schools coordinators, all of the zone associates and principals, Berenice Gutierrez, Julie Sanchez, Antonio Baca, and the entire newcomer refugee department. So it's easy to look at what needs to change. What are the things that need to be improved? I would really be remiss if I failed to acknowledge that prior boards crawled so that you all could walk. On the path to continuous improvement, it's always important to stop along the way and acknowledge the journey that your entire system has been on while maintaining the focus of the work that still needs to be done. So as you see these individuals who I've just acknowledged throughout the community, as you're walking through the halls of APS, be sure to give them extra high fives, lots of congratulations and thanks, because they really did pull off an amazing feat in making sure that these community listening sessions went off without a hitch. So additionally, while you all have been working on community listening, the admin team, led by Superintendent Elder, has been pulling together data that describes some of the district's high need areas. This data should answer the following questions. What information can help you understand the current reality for students in APS? Where are the places that students are currently struggling? Which areas with your focus can be leveraged with an investment of resources to create the biggest impact for improved student outcomes? This information will give you a way of understanding where the highest needs exist. Here in just a second, we're going to hear from Superintendent Elder, and he and Dr. Segura will walk you through that in a little more detail. So all of this work leads us into this evening, where our task is to go through some of the data that's been provided over the past week, information that will ground our conversation and what is happening in the lives of your students. Additionally, the vision and values feedback you've gathered will ensure that your conversation is informed by the collective wisdom of your community. With these two sets of information, you will begin the process of drafting your goals that describe the outcomes you want to see for students and the guardrails that describe the values that must be honored along the way. That's the nature of the work we'll be doing this evening. Before we dive in any further, what questions do you have? What questions do you have specifically about the process we've gone through so far, or what our plans are for this evening?
Board members, are there any questions? No, it looks like everybody's like ready to go.
Great. So before I turn it over to Superintendent Elder, I would like to just give you all an opportunity to comment. I know a couple of you had asked for a moment to just celebrate the staff and the work that has been done so far before we really dig into this conversation. So I want to just provide a quick moment for any comments to happen.
Go ahead, Board Member Dominguez.
Well, I want to say thank you to the staff. And I want to point out something a thought that came to me as you were summarizing, Ashley. 2024 participants. Now, I'll be the first to say that I wanted to see more representation in given groups. But, you know, the fact that we had that kind of turnout is a testament to what the district has worked on for at least 2 administrations. And is it enough? No, we're never satisfied, and we shouldn't be. But I think it's important, it's significant, and it needs to be, we need to build on it, but it's also noteworthy because I had a moment again today when I called, I forget what school, and I heard our superintendent speaking Spanish. And, you know, that may not be a big deal to other people, but it's a hell of a big deal to me because that was my first language. It was not easy to access school. oftentimes. And it was a smaller school. I was very fortunate. My school district was, 2 high schools and very, mostly very welcoming. But in a district this size, it's a big deal, and I'll leave out my other. So at least 2 administrations have made it possible for us to get that kind of turnout. So thank you all. Thank you all. That's all.
Any other comments? Before we move on, go ahead, Board Member Peterson.
I mean, I'll just add, I think lots of times people who are not in this building don't realize how hard people here work. And all of the other work that everyone on staff has to do did not stop during this process. That everything they did, everything that was done to pull together the listening sessions and all of the outreach, the compilation of data was above and beyond what is already a heavy lift for our staff. So, and just a huge thank you to everyone for making it possible.
Thank you. Any others? Good. Everybody's ready to start going. I'll just also add thank you so much to feedback from community members as we were walking out the door was pretty much thank you for hosting. And I will say I was the nervous one because the first school was going to be over at Rio Grande, and I think we were going to do it within 2 weeks. And it was so well received that we were adding tables at the last minute to get more people there. So I know how hard the team worked, and I really appreciate what everybody did. And in my session with Ashley, she definitely noted that out to me as well, and saying it's just how remarkable it was in terms of what we were able to pull off in a short period of time, because we did do it as quickly as possible. And I was nervous thinking that we weren't going to have, as good a turnout or some response. And like Board Member Dominguez, I would have loved for it to have been more. I think everybody wants it to be more, but I think it gives us a good baseline and it's a good place to start. So I think with that, we'll just continue. And I think Superintendent, you're on the hot seat, right?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you for having us tonight. I chose to sit down here with Dr. Segura because I thought it would feel a little weird for her to be staring at us all. But and this is the first time Dr. Segura and I have had an opportunity to present together. So if we're a little choppy, please forgive us. We're going to get our shtick together as we move forward. But I feel good. What you have in front of you is a very short document. We were advised early in the coaching with the Council of Great City Schools that tonight's presentation needed to be fewer. If we could keep it to 5 slides, that would be best. And if we could keep it under 10, that would be acceptable. So we've made acceptable tonight. And it was hard because there's a lot of things we could talk about. First area we were instructed was to review data with you. And I got to be honest, there was a temptation to roll the SAPR team out, to start digging deep into the data again and do the dog and pony. But the reality is we've done that with you. And you guys have listened to it. You're intimately aware of the data points, and we can get into a whole lot of stuff if you want. But I thought it was just really important to review probably some of the major data points that have impact. So on your first slide, you're going to see the percent of students ready for kindergarten. This is an observational tool. It's done within the first few weeks of school. It's a little subjective, but there are some things that they are specifically looking for to chart. And you can see that about 64% of our students are enrolled ready for kindergarten. We wonder with the state's push for early childhood education, if you won't start seeing some improvements in that. And of course, with our work that we may be doing with the early childhood centers in the future, if we're not going to be able to help ourselves. But there is a general sense that students who come to APS are a little behind. And in some cases, they're quite a bit behind. This simply says, this gives a percentage of kids who are enrolled ready to go to kindergarten. Do they have the supports at home to make the advances they need? Do they have all the tools and resources in place. This doesn't say anything to that. It just simply says these kids as they are ready for kindergarten. The next page, we look at the percentage of third grade students proficient in English and language arts. And we specifically selected third grade for a number of reasons. And what we know is that only about a third of our students across the district are proficient in English language arts as assessed by the NMASA. We have seen variations of that numbers throughout the years, depending on the assessment. But it's never been a number that anybody was going to run up a flagpole and dance around with joy. It's an area of improvement, it's something we're concerned about.
And we also wanted to look at third grade because that is a pivotal point where our students are transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn. And so we know at that point, there's very specific strategies that we put in place to ensure that they can have success in their opportunities to learn in their further grade levels.
And third grade seems to be the grade that everyone points to and says, this is really a pivotal point. And I think that's what the research demonstrates why that's a big part of it. But there is a lot of talk about third grade. So we looked at third grade. Your next slide stays in third grade. And I do this really just to make a point on the next slide. But we want to look at the percentage of students who are proficient in mathematics in third grade. So about 22% of our third grade students overall, and you can see that across the board, there's variations looking at the different subgroups. Not surprisingly, some groups are performing better than others. Many are performing significantly better, and that's something that we need to be aware of as we move forward. But what I pulled that slide for was really to look at 8th grade math performance. Because what we see is the overall goes down a little bit, 2%, but you start to see some shifts in some of the subgroups. Some of the groups don't move at all. Some move a little bit. English learners dip a lot. I think it says something about our system, and we're doing some research onto why that might be. We understand that there's been some changes to the access test and how students enter and exit has changed. So there is, we believe, a correlation between those two items. But this really got us thinking in the terms of the formation of the goals and the interim goals, how we would start to look at things. And we began to realize, well, I don't think we began to realize, we know that we need to improve instruction, that we need to improve the use of high quality instructional materials. There needs to be more consistent assessment and reaction to that assessment and support for people around that. So in line with what we heard from the community and in line with what our data presented us with, if there's some more you want to add on that.
I just wanted to emphasize 8th grade, specifically why 8th grade. Just to note that 8th grade is the last grade where the students are taking the NMASA state assessment in reading or in ELA and mathematics before they transition to high school.
So as we move on, we began to really start thinking about what would some high leverage student outcomes be, some goals. We have proposed tonight 4 goals for you to review and to consider and to talk about. The first is increasing the percentage of third grade students scoring proficient or above in ELA as measured by the NMASA. I believe you all have spoke with Ashley as to why there aren't numbers there, but just to clarify, when we visited with her, she said that we have one baseline data point and that we can't project growth until we have a trend line. So we need a second test assessment to get a trend line, and then we'll be able to project the actual number. So we will have a number for you as soon as we have the results off the next NMSSA.
Just to piggyback on that, our SAPR team is also looking at developing a predictive model to look at our interim assessments to see how many of our students are demonstrating proficient or advanced in the interim assessments as well as the summative assessment versus who is not, so that we can utilize that data in a predictive way.
And that'll be helping us when we are beginning to look at the interim assessments. We'll talk about those more as the interim goals, but how do we know how well, what's the correlation in terms of success on MASA compared to success on the interim assessment? And that's what SAPR's now working on. So we'll have a predictive model. High leverage student outcome number 2 is to increase the percentage of 8th grade students scoring proficient or above in mathematics as measured by the NMASA. Again, as we remind you, they issued a new state assessment of May 22. So there's only a single data point for the measure now. So we are waiting for a second point, develop our trend line, and give you your 5-year growth model. Student goal outcome 3. So we've danced around a little bit with this with the council. We really have a hard time in terms of some of the data points for the high school students. They don't take MASA, they take the SAT. And that can sometimes be a struggle. One of the things the state measures us on is graduation rate. The council has suggested the graduation rate may not be the greatest measurement because sometimes that is hindered by forces far outside any student's control or adults' control. But we have proposed a concept of looking at an increase to increase the percentage of second-year students who are on track for their on-time graduation. So go ahead. I know you've got a lot of that.
You know, ninth high school is something that I've really focused on. And when we look on average nationally, 40% of our ninth graders fall off track for graduation after their ninth grade year. And we know that the likelihood of them dropping out after they fall off track greatly increases because then they fall into the credit recovery cycle, and that is not always the best way to learn. Also looking, you know, at Algebra 1 is usually what ninth graders take, and that's thought to be like a gatekeeper class for ninth grade because that's the first non-arithmetic math class that students are faced with. And it also comes with some research has shown it comes with some negative feelings, intimidation, anxiety. So this will give us the opportunity to closely look at those ninth grade courses, making sure that our students and staff have the supports and resources that they need, make sure that we have strong alignment, instruction and assessment. And there's a lot of research around that. If you wanted to further look into that, Dr. Elaine Ellensworth from the Urban Education Institute from the University of Chicago has a ton of research on that Algebra 1 being where students start to fall off track for graduation. So that is going to be one of, I guess, our lead measures when we look at how we are approaching this specific goal.
And finally, when we went to the community sessions, we really listened to the teachers, we listened to the staff, but we were quite interested in some of the responses of community members and the students. Having the advantage of really listening to the students, they talked a lot about the need for soft skills. They talked a lot about the need for courses that prepared them for post-high school, whether that was a career or college. And I just wanted to feel more aware of some of the things they talked about included financial literacy, how to open a bank account, courses that can be encapsulated in some of our cores, but oftentimes are picked up elsewhere. And we understand that one of the things that people like about APS is that we offer a wide spectrum of courses and of interesting things for their kids to get involved with. They can sort of pursue that. So our fourth goal was to look at the percentage of students that are doing what is called a completer. And in the CTE world, someone who takes 3 years or 4 years of a course pattern is a completer. That's interesting data. It tells us a lot about the kid and it allows the kid to really pursue something that they're interested in and want to know more about. So we took that concept and we've expanded it. We know people want the dual language program. They really want the bilingual program. So we want to see what we can do as we continue to expand. What's going to happen if we do open another dual language school in the community so the kids who are at Coronado can pursue it all the way through 8th grade and enter high school with that much experience. We included dual credit, kids who are interested in really getting a jump on their college career, and can they get 2 or 3 or 4 credits in dual credit. JROTC is a course that many of our students really find valuable and that they want to be a part of. And so they pursue that, and it speaks to concept of engagement and being a part. We know that our students are more successful when they feel like they're part of something. And quite frankly, when they bounce in and out of classes, they don't ever really commit to a course study. They never really get that sense of I belong to this. Finally, we also included the fine arts, visual arts, and athletics, because many of our students, that's the connection for them to keep them in school, to keep them engaged. And what we would really like to do is try to get more kids who are a little lost and try to find their niche. Now, some of the drawbacks on this one that I found out about is it's very difficult to chart everything, okay? So for example, if you're on a speech and debate team and you love speech and debate and you are learning to speak better than any human has ever spoken, we may not be able to chart that because it may not be a class at that school. But so there are going to be some areas we just can't grab, at least easily. But these were the ones that we looked at. We said, these are courses. These are things that came up repeatedly in the community. These were things our students asked for. And we thought we should really look at how we can impact that and support that. We think we do a pretty good job, and we may do a good job, but we want to not throw strengths out in search of solving all the problems. So these are areas. Those are the 4 outcomes we are suggesting. You guys are welcome to whittle it down to 3. You can do whatever you want, but this is what we brought forth as goals. Our suggestion for interim goals, if you pursue to the next page, is that this will revolve around our Yazzie Martinez subgroups. The concept here is if we can improve instruction for those who are struggling the most, then instruction will improve for all. If we can do a better job with our struggling groups, we can bring them forward. So it could look like, and this goes back to the predictive model that Dr. Segura was mentioning. First grade Native American students will improve proficiency rate by X% in school year 24-25 as measured by the interim assessment. Now we need to get a little bit more data on how accurate that growth model really shows us how much better they're doing, or if it really predicts that they're going to get to grade level proficiency. But this really works well with some of the work we began this past year on the instructional walks that I described to you, where we're sending time with the principals and we have a data dashboard with them and we show them, you've got this many students in this subgroup and you've got this many students in this subgroup and they're not proficient. Where's the blend? Where's the demographic impact? Where can you get in one kid 2 checks if you move them up, you know? And it really will help us to focus the intervention if we can get really good data and really work with the schools on working on those. We can get that specific on which kids to really work with and to improve our instruction. We did recommend that we include African-American students in these interim goals, not necessarily identified in Yazzie Martinez, but it's a subgroup that we shouldn't ignore. So. And then possible guardrails. This was really hard for me, I'm going to be honest, because guardrails is a concept that I think I've grasped. We spent a great deal of time looking at other districts, really reviewing, see what they're talking about. One of the things that the superintendent will not allow adult behaviors in central office, school buildings, or classrooms that are misaligned with district-wide vision, values, and goals. We need to, you guys have made it very clear that student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. It's not just in the classroom. We have kingdoms that we've built, we have territories and things we've gotten quite proud of. If it doesn't align, we're going to have to really be brave and make modifications. The superintendent will not take approaches which neglect the cognitive and academic development, social and emotional development, or the physical and mental well-beings of students. There was some concern about some zip codes doing better than others, or resources, not flowing equitably and equally, based off student. And so we are putting the guardrail in to make sure that we can be held accountable, to make sure that we're not putting in policies that will harm kids. The superintendent will not allow curriculum instruction that is not district aligned and approved, district research-based, challenging and engaging, student-centered and differentiated to meet the academic needs of all students. Now, that's one we're going to have to work on. That's going to take us some time. It's going to take some effort, but we have high quality instructional materials. We need to use them, and we need to use them consistently, and we need to use them across the board. Do they always have to be used every minute of the day? Maybe not, but we certainly can allow freedom as far as supplemental materials. We can certainly allow freedom around how we work with kids. But we need to utilize these approved curriculums and use them well. So that's something that I think is a good guardrail. Superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated without transparently communicating how the allocations are baseline sufficient to operate all schools. This one needs a little bit of wordsmithing, I think. I was trying to capture your sense of budgeting and your sense of money flowing to schools in a way that they can function fairly, and that they have the resources that they need. Doesn't necessarily mean equally in the sense that everybody gets the same lump sum, right? But some schools have needs that we just need to make sure that we are clear about it, and not doing it behind anyone's back, or not being transparent about it. And this last one, I just don't know how we don't have something along these lines. So many people are worried about school safety. So many people are worried about, just what's happening in the country and across the nation. So the superintendent may not allow a breach of safety policies and procedures that result in an increase in threatening or unsafe circumstances for students and staff. So Ms. Paz, that is, as I told you, my 9 slides. I'm sorry, why did you do that? So with that, we stand open to be part of the work and part of the conversation.
And so I believe, Ashley, you will help facilitate our conversation from this point forward, correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So that I can fully.
So first of all, thank you.
Oh, no. You froze again.
Transition's a little bit rocky. I think we're good now, at least on my end.
Okay, you're coming through. I think you're just coming in and out.
Okay.
It's really fuzzy.
It seems to be around turning on my camera and turning it off, but I think we're good now. So I'd like to first of all say thank you for that presentation, Superintendent Elder. I think you've greatly exceeded expectations and with the self-awareness that you and the district leaders have presented with those guardrails or with the proposed areas that the board may focus on or may choose to focus on. So for the next for the purpose of continuing this conversation and getting into the nitty-gritty, I want to go through the board, and I'm going to I'm going to ask you the first of several more difficult questions. So I'd like to start with probably at the end with Board Member Gonzalez and just work our way down. And I would like for you to answer this question. What are 2 student outcomes that we may focus our goals on that is a high priority for me and in my interpretation of the feedback that we heard from Superintendent Elder? So just in what the student needs assessment says, not taking into account yet what the community feedback says. What are 2 student outcomes that we may focus our energy, our resources, our time on that would be a high leverage area for us to consider? So starting with Superintendent Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Board Member Gonzalez.
I hope Esteban caught that. So I would say improving proficiency in math and reading.
And y'all can just go down the line, and while you're talking, I'm going to be taking notes.
Board Member Peterson, yeah. Well, if it's going to be that simplistic, certainly math and reading is of concern. There's a whole lot of conversation that needs to go into that, but that's pretty straightforward.
We'll have lots of conversation tonight.
And I would say improving proficiency, of course, in reading and math with a focus at elementary. As I know, it's really difficult when you have a child who can't read and they're in 6th grade and you didn't catch them in elementary school. It gets more difficult as time goes on. Plus, we don't really have reading teachers at that level, so I think that we really need to focus on those younger grades, like early literacy.
Thank you, Board Member Mueller-Aragon. And I really want to highlight that you made it very specific on as to which students. And so that is perfectly acceptable if other board members would like to follow suit on that in that line of thinking.
Oh, well, now the bar's been set higher. I mean, I'm also in agreement that, proficiency, definitely in reading and math. I do like the notion of like, if we start early and we do that well. I like the focus on elementary, and I also like looking at that in the middle school so we don't drop them out, before they get to high school.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm in agreement that I think we need to look at proficiency for mathematics. And can I ask a clarifying question? Is ELA different than reading? Because I'm hearing proficiency in reading and math, and my question is, is reading a subset of ELA?
Great question.
Yeah, that's actually, go ahead, Superintendent Eller. You can answer this better than I can.
ELA assessment, English language arts. But it's basically, it sets a reading proficiency level.
Okay, so basically to align with the assessment that's available to us.
That's right.
Okay, so then just to clarify, then yeah, I agree on proficiency in ELA and mathematics. And I know we're only supposed to do 2, but my third is also CTE. Okay, thanks.
So just to ditto what everyone else said, I think that has to continue to remain a priority, is focusing on reading and math. And I will say what Board Member Mueller-Aragon said, specifically with our younger age groups, because we all know that lays the foundation for what's going to continue on in later years. But I'm saying that, but I'm struggling with the middle school aspect too, as that's coming to mind. But you know where I'm at.
I'm trying to think how to put this. In light of how our kids come to us, in particular, American Indians, Black, Hispanic, English learners come to us ready to learn. And then have a 38% drop, an 18% drop, a 40% drop. Something is
Speak.
well, it can't just be about proficiency because they came to us proficient in something. And so it's more complicated than just proficiency. So what language do we construct that says that we will take them from their proficient kindergarten selves or pre-kindergarten selves? It's got to be developmentally appropriate, right? But we cannot have a drop. And that gets into, yeah, I got to see myself in that curriculum. I got to see myself in that classroom, and quién sabe qué más. I mean, I don't know what else, but I agree that we need to focus on proficiency, but it's a little more complicated. I think we need to focus on the gifts they come with and getting them beyond. I don't know how to articulate that.
And I want to be clear, it's absolutely fine that you don't know how to articulate that. And this is actually a great next place for us to go. So everyone across the board, everyone said math and reading, congratulations, you're all focused on two very specific areas of student outcomes, and they're all the same. This may be the first time I've ever witnessed this. So congratulations.
Easy on you.
Expanding the conversation. Board Member Dominguez takes me to our next question is proficiency the metric that you as the board would like to, and I would like to create space for you all to have that conversation.
Could you repeat?
We lost you on the question though, because you froze.
So the question is proficiency the best area for you all to focus on? And there is no right or wrong answer. This is literally a decision that you as a board have to come to together as a consensus that you should all agree on. I think clearly that that is the metric that was proposed by administration. But this is definitely a place and the time to have that conversation about what does it mean for students to be proficient. And if proficiency isn't the metric you want to look at, what would you like to look at? What are your other options? What other solutions do you have to provide?
I'd like to respond to that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel very strongly 100% that proficiency is the best area to focus on. I also don't think it's the only area. And so in the context of being given permission to propose 2 goals, I proposed math and reading. Certainly, I think we absolutely need to focus on social and emotional development, whole child development, and I would push for that to be an area of focus for the guardrails, such that the district cannot ignore whole child needs or whole student needs or something like that. I also would push for a third goal related to social and emotional development or school climate, but that wasn't your initial question. But I do think there are ways to say that, to say, and I've looked at other district plans, the District of Columbia has a goal that says X number of students will feel loved, challenged, and supported or something like that. And they use the Panorama Student Survey to measure it. And they align that to a lot of other things. So I 100% think we have to focus on student outcomes. We cannot go back to our community and say, we listened to you if we don't do that. And I don't think we can speak with a straight face to families and say, we're not going to help your child learn to read. So I do think we have to do that. And again, it's not the only thing.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has ever said, we're not going to teach your child to read. I think going back to Board Member Dominguez's issue, there's a difference in assessments, and I think this is the obstacle that faces us. And as I look at guardrails, the absence of addressing a cultural base of who our students are in that second guardrail is a really serious omission. Because, and this is partly hypothesis and partly knowing kids, that students come to us as kindergarten entries, being whole people. They are seen by their families, they're seen by their community, they're seen by their peers around them as whole, total human beings. And then we go about making very clear the mismatch between who that is and who can sit down on the first week of school and sit at a computer and take the do iStation and show proficiency. And so there is this automatic, immediate, sudden schism between the whole human being that they come to us with and what the academic expectations are. And we give them very little time to grow in that. So, partly it's what assessment are we looking at? And how are we dealing with it? What are we asking of kindergarten children? So I think and our mission needs to be, how do we take them as this whole human being, keep them as a whole human being, and give them the skills that they need to be academically successful in this society, in the school district. But as soon as we make that two separate things, we miss the boat in how we support the students who come with the biggest mismatch between who they are as their whole being with their family and who they are asked to be the second they walk in that kindergarten door. And so I think it's not that I disagree with having the proficiency goals. It's really and truly a concern about how we set up everything from the interim assessments and what tells us, are they being successful, or are we going to already label them as being deficient in those skills? And how do we move them? One of the things that we always struggled with as a staff looking at proficiency rates is that we could show, based on assessments, that overall, virtually every student that walked in the door each year that they were with us, despite what the assessments show, we could show and make a good case for the fact that students grew more than a year. A year in APS, they would grow a year and a quarter, sometimes a year and a half, occasionally 2 years. But every time the goalpost moved, so even if even if kids came in, and this is being based on the schism that we set up the first week they walk into kindergarten, the goalpost for what it meant to be proficient always kept moving. And so they may have grown a year and a quarter, but they still didn't hit that proficiency mark. And so, I mean, I think that's one of the things in the inputs and outputs document that we were given. I mean, it gave me food for thought. What do we really want that to look like? Because lots of data does show that the longer kids were with us, the better they did, not the worse. And so and it still doesn't mean that we get them where we want them to be. But I think that if we start off with that initial premise of them not being whole people, we set up every relationship that goes on in a school for failure, instead of really figuring out how do we answer that. So I think I am in total agreement that I think we need to have an actual goal that holds us accountable to the social emotional well-being of students. And that has to have very strongly that cultural component of who they are when they're whole human beings, when they walk in the door. How do we keep them as whole human beings?
All right, thank you.
Okay, so just to speak to, I mean, Barbara and I often speak the same language. So when we're talking about goalposts, who are they moved by? They're moved by the adults. So that behavior is something that has to change. It's not the kids moving the goalposts, it's the adults that are moving the goalposts. And then it's the adults that are changing, the tests. And so then we come in, we have a new test. And so if we want things to really change, then we as adults have to stop moving the goalposts. So I agree there with Member Peterson. The other thing is kids have got to learn how to read and write and do math the very best that they possibly can. Now, do I believe, as you all know, that a test measures all of that? I know it doesn't. And I would say as a teacher, I did not send 67% of my kids onto the next grade. 67% of them were not at grade level. So that's why I say I know a test doesn't say everything, but if anybody out there can tell me how we can measure proficiency better, I am all in. If it's not just going to be by a test, I'm good with that. But right now it seems like that's all that we have. But I don't know if this is, one of the things that I was looking at, I know that students that fail Algebra 1 are likely to drop out. So if we had that as something that we looked at in math, and I know there are 8th graders that take, Algebra 1, and we looked at those kids instead of, a test score, we look at how many kids got a C or better, and we improve that. So we don't always have to look at, a test score to know they're proficient. To me, and I never have got this, why they have to take a test when they have already passed all their classes through high school, and then they have to pass a test to get, a diploma. And that just never made sense. Never made sense to me. But if you all have a better way to measure what teachers see, I'm all in.
I forgot the question. Is that what you were saying? It's like, what was the question?
Is proficiency the best area to focus on?
Proficiency, yeah. We definitely, I'm sorry, after listening to the two educators who have been in the classroom and know what that looks like for you. And I do agree with Board Member Gonzalez too, around the whole issue of socially emotional and a whole child approach, because we do lose that somewhere. I think kindergartners are assessed in a different way because they're assessed as from a different observational tool that has nothing to do with proficiency on we don't test them on their ability to name their colors. Or I don't think we do. I mean, I don't know. We
It
don't.
did change.
It did change. I mean, you know, so it's like, it's more of a proficiency. I mean, it's an assessment really around, you know, their health, their well-being, their, you know, their ability to sort of come into a class. But I wholeheartedly agree that our kids need to learn how to read and write, do language, all of those things, and do math. They absolutely need to be able to do all those things. I just don't know if the high stakes test alone is the way to assess that we've made progress, because I think, you know, I am sad when I see the scores and you see how they just don't, they're not testing well, because that's what it's telling me, is that the test is that they just didn't test well. Is part of that because they didn't understand the instruction enough, or some of the materials? I don't know. I don't know that it's just that. But I do want to be able to tell the community in some way. But I think parents, more importantly, want to know if their student is making growth. You know, is their student learning, and is there, you know, are they making progress? That's the most important part. And a student is not just judged by the end of the NMSA, the NMSA test, or that test, or the SAT test at the end. It's really that performance all along. And it's really being able to sort of getting back, I think, to what everybody's talking about, like this whole child, you know, how did this child just actually engage, you know, commit to coming to class, being engaged, being fully, you know, part of the process. So proficiency is important to me, but I don't think it's the only. I don't know how you test it, because I'm not an educator. I mean, it's not my background, but it just seems like one assessment alone is not going to tell us really about the talent, the worth, the value, you know, the skill of our students.
So no surprise, I absolutely think that proficiency needs to be a standard that we use. And one thing that I think kind of strikes me is the reason that we need to use this assessment, or proficiency as an assessment, is because that's the tool that we have available to us. We have the New Mexico MSSA tool that is available. Now, to President Montoya Cordova's point, we also do have assessments as we move along, right? And I'm looking at Dr. Segura, as we move along with focusing more on, do our kids know the standards? We are going to know that as we move along. And so I think some of these conversations are a discussion of what are the interim goals going to be, because the end goal, absolutely, we have to know if our kids are proficient in ELA and math, and we have the tools available to be able to do that. Along the way, as we're learning whether or not they know the standards, we have the, am I going to get this wrong? Formative assessments. Summative. Formative is along the way. So, thank you. So I was right. Formative assessment. We also have the ability to track that. And possibly those are different assessments to what everybody is saying. You can look at other ways to assess whether or not they're meeting the standards, but ultimately with our overall goal of student outcomes, we have to test for proficiency. And I also want to kind of throw in here, I feel strongly that we need to leave here tonight, because we did tell the public that we would do this. I think we do need to leave with some numbers in here, some actual metrics. So I'll just throw that on the table. And I think that was the question, right? Proficiency. I'm not moving on to anything else right now. Okay. Done.
Okay. So I'm going to throw this statement out there, and then I'm probably going to backtrack a little bit. So proficiency is a destination, and we've all heard this, and growth is a journey. You know, really trying to figure out, because I believe proficiency is the metric for us to measure, you know, the success of our student in a way, because at a some point too, I'm even going, granted, I didn't teach elementary, mine was pre-K. I feel like I'm responsible for the pre-K kiddos that were proficient going into kinder. But like our measurement, because we had to do assessments beginning, mid, and end of the year. But the way we measured skills was based on mastery of, like we measured the assessment based on mastery of skills. Like we actually observed them doing, you know, math and reading. It was an actual assessment, but it was something that was hands-on to determine if they were ready for the next step and based on the curriculum and lesson plans that were developed for each student. And part of me even questions too, is the assessments that we're providing, do we need to even go back and look at on how it's distributed and administered? And think of a way, because I even think of my own kids when they had to do the test, many of them just circled bubbles. If I'm being completely honest, they went through because it was long and it was tiresome and they wanted to be over. And they just started circling and they were all C's, you know, because they're like, C is the best option. And part of me even wonders like how many of the students are really taking into understanding the importance of the tests that they're taking. Do we need to break it down? Do we need to put it in shorter segments to where it doesn't seem as overwhelming for them? Because I'm not in any way advocating to get away from the tool that we use to measure proficiency, but I'm questioning more how it's administered, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at too, because I really believe, even if I even think back my time in school, like I hated those tests, but I'm pretty confident that I mastered the skills to be able to move on and, you know, do what was next. So it's just thinking of a way that we can distribute it and administer to where our students understand the importance. And I think we're missing that step, because once we do, I think we would actually see a difference in some of our scores. But to go back to what Board Member Dominguez said earlier with seeing how they're coming into us at kindergarten, and quickly by third grade, those scores have dropped dramatically. We have to be able to recognize that too and put a plan in place, because ultimately the only thing that changed, in my opinion, was their school environment. And we have to recognize that to be able to give them the support, and we have to pivot from what we've always done to get a different outcome. So I don't know if that said anything, but
I actually, before we move on to Board Member Dominguez, I want to sit with some of what you said, Board Member Tapia Romero. So you talked about the difference between actually executing the assessment. So how, you know, taking the snapshot, that's an important part of the thing. And it's the board's job to monitor and to understand what the data says when you look at this information. But you also hit on something that I think is the next logical place for this conversation to go. And that is, as a board, what are the things that we can control? What are the things that we can influence? And how can we influence these things? So you talked about, and actually remind me what you said around changing the way that the assessment is executed or administered.
right.
And tell me, and I would like for you to think about what are the things that you as a board, remember the board decides what outcomes are going to be your focus, and then you monitor those outcomes along the way. So as you are pursuing this conversation tonight, how may you frame your work to actually influence change in those areas? And what are some steps that you may do as you move forward in actually monitoring and having these monitoring conversations? Just briefly, we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but I think it is an important conversation to just acknowledge the board's role and be really, really clear about what the things are that, you as a whole, how you can create the conditions from the top of the organization for these changes to happen.
So Ashley, is that like the next question? Because we still had board member Dominguez on the end that didn't answer the original first question.
It's not the next question. It's just it's specifically a question for Crystal.
Okay, that was a long question.
I know. What was the question?
So,
How can you as a board member influence influence the areas that you just mentioned around like the actual administration of the test? And
okay,
whatnot?
so, and I'll just, for all the sake of transparency, I'll explain a little thing that I did. So I reached out to several charter schools that I saw in our area that still meet, like they have a demographic that is, you know, minorities, that low income, that still have a lot of the challenges that's most of our APS students, but they're coming out to be proficient with their test scores. So I asked, what are you doing differently, you know, than what we do at, you know, on our end? And most of it, what they've explained to me is just, again, the way it's administered, meaning the time that it takes to go through the test. They'll even separate students that might need a read aloud part of the question when to allow them to fully comprehend of what's being asked versus them just sitting and tuning into the computer and go through it. I know we have that option, but we don't have enough staff is what I'm hearing to offer that to all of our students. So that was a big difference that I'm seeing. So part of it is just going back, like, can we offer that as an option? Can we offer smaller groups that are joined together versus everybody has this block schedule and you're in a room for an hour and a half, 2 hours taking a test? You know, so that was something that came across my mind because I'm like, I'm not here to reinvent a new process, but let's just learn from other schools that are doing it right, that are based with this, that are facing the same challenges we are. And what are they doing right that we can all work together for the betterment of our students? So nothing complicated, just asking.
Yeah, so I thank you for adding that additional clarification. So I want to take a moment before we move on to Josefina, which we're going to, I haven't forgotten about you, but this is an important reason to stop, to just stop and kind of remember what the board's actual authority is and what you are able to do within within your role as board members. And so I want to measure expectations to ensure that everyone is very, very clear that you are, especially for this conversation, but even as a whole, that when it comes to the strategies around how the testing is administered, how these things are, the actual who's and the what's and the how's and the why's are things that are explicitly the superintendent and his administration's job to, they have to make those decisions because they are the educational experts. Even though everyone on this board is highly accomplished, has expertise in all of these areas. And I know that, I know that you know that. But because we have more people who may be watching, members of the public, it's just an important distinction to make. The reason that I am carrying us through this conversation is because this conversation what it can do is it can inform the superintendent of the different priorities of his board and the different directions that you all that your minds may be going in as you're making these decisions. So I just want to make it clear that that you're not having, these aren't just arbitrary conversations that you're having, that something will actually be done with this. And I'm taking copious notes as you're talking. But on that note, thank you so much for letting me pick on you for a minute, Crystal, because I know you love to be put on the spot. So, all right, let's move on to Josefina, Board Member Dominguez. Let's go back to the question. And when looking at student outcomes through the lens of math and English language arts or math and reading, we're discussing measuring proficiency versus some other metric. And I know you've shared on this, but just kind of a final thought for you. And then I'm going to pose another question and y'all can go down the other direction. So.
Oh, you're not going to get an argument. Okay, so full disclosure, I was an AP teacher. I know about the importance of proficiency, and I'm also a proponent of AP for all, or IB, but I'm partial to AP because I think their institutes are one of the best professional developments that I ever attended. And teachers do know the difference because when I wasn't in an AP institute, I was bored out of my mind and doing other things on, grading or ignoring the presentation. So yes. So proficiency is absolutely important. And I say that as an English as a second language student who struggled with English. But it brought me back to, before I can say, yes, all that is important, it brought me back to early childhood literacy. That has to be the beginning. And that's got to be part of our goals, because I'm looking at these kindergarten, ready for kindergarten scores, and it just verifies that kids come to us with something, but they come into either an unwelcoming, and maybe not intentionally, but it's an unwelcoming or even hostile climate. And the more resiliency we can give them in early childhood, like I'm looking at American Indian readiness grades, 53%. We need that up, 62%, 66%. For other minority groups, English language learners are 56%. Students with disabilities, 45%. We need to give them a boost even before we start talking about proficiency. So yes, proficiency is important, but equally important is a welcoming environment. And I can speak to that because I was one of those kids that got spanked for not knowing what the teacher had said. And I went into the bathroom and, giggled and whatnot. And then I was thrown into all of us, because we were all Spanish speakers. We all got spanked. And then we went into a welcoming environment, another classroom where I learned how to dance and sing like an escuelita, it made sense. But I think all I can add to this conversation about is early childhood literacy. It has got to be a goal somehow. And I know that when I talk about multicultural climates, multicultural education, all that those are inputs. I recognize that, but these test scores, these proficiencies are not going to improve unless the multicultural climate and education is a part of it.
Thank you so much. Thank all of you so much, but especially thank you to Board Member Dominguez for lifting up that conversation. It's a very, very important start to the work that we're doing tonight. So I'm going to come back with the next question, but before we do that, I want to remind you all that while you're a 7-member board, you're actually an 8-member governance team. Your governance team is comprised of the board and the superintendent. And I think that it would be a failure on my end to not include Superintendent Elder in this conversation. So Scott, in relation to the conversation around proficiency for for ELA and for math, what do you have to add to the conversation, and what insights do you have that might help the board or add value to the conversation before we move on to our next student outcomes we'd like to focus on?
Well, members of the board, thank you for your comments. They're certainly wide-ranging and informative. Some of it, though, we have in there, and I do believe we could actually respond with some tweaks. You talked about the whole child, and I think the concept, and we did try to pick that up on guardrail number 2. But you're right, the lack of a cultural component to that is almost intentional in the sense that we weren't quite sure how to phrase it. Is it a cultural background? Is it a cultural experience? We knew you would pick up on that and anticipated some guidance on that wordsmithing. So, but we certainly could add that. We, of course, there's examples across the country of other types of goals, maybe along these lines. The reason we picked proficiency, I think, is mostly practical. My job is really to drive outcomes and get things done. The state measures us on proficiency. It doesn't measure us on growth. The difficulty, if it was me and in a perfect world, I could make it happen, we'd have a beginning, middle, end, and we would measure growth for students, because then we could really talk to them about what they're doing, because you'd have some kids that were exploding and just making tremendous progress. You'd have some kids who were just getting it done and making their year's growth. And you have some that were struggling, and we really would have, I think, a much clearer picture. But it's much more difficult for us to do that and to track. So that was really just in terms of what can we do in the current setting with the tools we have and what's expected of us. That was where we laid into proficiency. There are other things that were brought up as far as the concept of the Algebra 1 and looking at grades. That's an interesting one. We danced with that. We weren't. The problem is they're not always in Algebra 1 when they come in, right? I think you sort of alluded to that some of them take it in 8th grade. In fact, we've got some that take it in 7th grade. And some don't take it until 10th grade. So it's not a clean cohort. There's some issues with that one, but we could look at that again. So I do think from our perspective, and please correct me, there was a rationale behind laying out proficiency versus growth. And also it's something the public understands. So that was sort of where we were coming from. And we can adjust guardrails to pick up elements that have been suggested. I think are more than comfortable doing that.
And if I can just add, I do, Madam Chair and members of the board, I do appreciate all the comments in our work to try to listen to all the input and to incorporate everyone's values of what we feel are important for our students. We know that when students are proficient, when they graduate, they're going to have successful outcomes in their life. And so it is not something to be taken lightly. And I think that having a strong focus on proficiency as the goal is really important. I agree with board member Mueller-Aragon in that the goalposts do change often, and it's by adults. I was telling Superintendent Elder that we have, as a state, we have switched summative assessments for our students over 3 times in the past 4 years. And so we don't have baseline data that we can lean on. And when we look at that, when the park came into play, there was a lot of resistance and negative connotations around the rigor of it, that assessment and testing became this enemy. And it shouldn't be. It's something to inform us as educators, families, students, and going to what board member Tapia Romero stated, that as adults, we do have to message what that means in our classrooms as a district in our schools to reframe the conversation, to let our students and families know why we're doing these assessments and the importance behind them, to gauge where their students are so we can better support them in their growth and learning toward proficiency, toward graduation. So I think all of these things are really important. And then also looking at how I really liked Board Member Gonzalez's, that question from the District of Columbia, how many students feel loved, respected, supported, valued, challenged, and how we measure that. I want you to know that we are looking into Panorama and Rhythm to measure, how can we measure SEL? Because SEL means different things to different people. But ultimately, how do our students feel in their schools, in those classrooms? And that's where we're really encouraging those, our teachers. I know that they're working really hard, but really emphasizing the importance of relationships and building those caring relationships so that every student in every school has at least one adult that they can go to if they need help or support. But I think, I think about like the opportunity to learn survey that we gave once a year, like how can we get that student input and feedback more frequently to be able to measure over time, is it improving? Do our students feel better and safer and valued and challenged in their classes and schools? So I think all of that is really helpful for us as we refine the goals.
Thank you both so much for that, that additional feedback. So let's go back to Board Member Dominguez. We have talked about math and English, or English language arts, or reading, however the board would like to phrase it. Let's move on and talk about some of the other areas of focus. So the superintendent has recommended 2 additional high leverage or high need areas around graduation rate and around it's not the graduation rate. It's actually students who are on track for graduation, which is a different metric than the graduation rate. And it is what we would call a higher quality goal. Because it is, when you measure graduation rates, you're starting to, pose the risk of unintended consequences. So focusing on students who are actually on track for graduation, that opens up the possibility for a lot of different ways that the superintendent may present that information in the interim, or the metrics that the board may monitor along the way. So let's turn our attention to these two areas of focus. So one is around second year students who are on track for graduation. And the last one is around post-secondary readiness and students who are completing 3rd and 4th year sequences along a multitude of different options for programs and classes and courses that could help them be better prepared as they move on to their next phase in life, whether that be college or going into the workforce, being prepared for careers or trade school, or even into military leadership. So let's think about those 2 student outcomes specifically, but also I want to provide this as an opportunity because for you to maybe suggest other student outcomes that are important to you that have stood out during this process as you reviewed the student trend data and you've reviewed the feedback from the community. I want to just highlight briefly before we move on that the main areas that came back as trends from the community feedback were around post-secondary readiness. It included soft skills. Actually, soft skills was the highest behind English language. I think it was English language arts and then soft skills, or I may have it reversed in my head. So you've got soft skills, English language arts, critical thinking and cultural competency. So I want to be specific that this is student outcomes. This is what students know or what they're able to do. So this is not, when I talk about cultural competency, it's not adults being culturally competent towards students. It is students having those cultural literacy skills around their interaction with the world around them. So how a student is able to perform or interact with cultural competency through their own journey in their education. So let's start with Board Member Dominguez. And again, you can pick from one of the ones that have been mentioned, or even just name another student outcome that's important to you. So two that are not English or math, student outcomes that are important to you.
Well, so the way I made sense of the information you compiled for us, I looked at that chart, and again, what struck me, and I'm talking about the vision frequency by session chart. It's page 4 of 7 in Albuquerque board. I don't want to move my cursor. it's that summary you gave us. But soft skills tells me that parents are concerned about their kids' well-being, and we have to address that. It's not my personal choice, because I want, I'm the AP teacher. And by the way, when I taught AP or honors classes, I also took on the remedial English classes, and I taught them AP quality. It wasn't exactly what I was teaching the honors kids, but it was AP quality. And I prided myself on that. So that's where I lean. But then I look at what our community said, and it's both. It has to be both. Our kids are in crisis. The pandemic is not over, and we need to accommodate them. We need to give them a safe environment to work through their traumas. At the same time, they can't get in the way of other kids learning. And that comes back to restorative practices. So another thing that struck me that I think we have to address, if you go down to tribal council, I'm so proud because it just verifies why I chose teaching, much to the chagrin of my administration, I might add, which speaks to the whole multicultural education problem that we've got going on. I chose to teach Ceremony by Leslie Marmon Silko, and it was a darn good book, hard, but there's a way to teach it. And what came out of that is, it aligns with this critical thinking, cultural competency, multi-literacy. These are higher level thinking skills. And the fact that the tribal council was able to articulate that as the #1 issue tells us again what we know, that the disconnect that exists. Kids come to us with something, and then we fail them. I'm going to embrace my Yaqui grandmother at the moment, but we are metaphorical in our thinking. kids come to us with that. So I don't know, we have to come up with a goal that brings all of that together. I do want to touch on the superintendent's and chief of schools high leverage outcome number 3, though. I don't want to use graduation rates, and I don't think that's what you're doing here. But it can't just be about graduation. It's got to be about proficiency rates and how they're measured in conjunction with graduation. And when we talk about graduation, I think there has to be, not all kids are going to graduate in 4 years. Life happens. So let's give them, let's look at the 5th year. Let's look at the 6th year in some cases. I don't know if I've helped you with, I think this is really much harder and much richer than I thought it was going to be.
So I want to stop you for a second. Don't apologize for speaking your truth, for sharing your interpretation of the data and sharing your expertise with this board. That is the purpose of this conversation tonight. No one is going to be talking too long. No one is going to be oversharing anything. The reason we're having this conversation tonight is for you all to put all of this out on the table and to reinterpret the feedback that you've received as goals and guardrails. So you are spot on with the feedback that you're giving. Everyone has given an incredible amount of engagement and information that I am, again, taking lots of notes on. So you do you speak your truth, and I'm gonna help turn it into something.
By the way, may I just qualify something? 25 years ago, when I attended an AP conference, Intel was there, and they said, quit saying that AP quality classes are strictly for college-bound kids. We need entry-level employees with those skills. And so that's why I taught my remedial classes that way. So it gets back to critical thinking. It gets back to post-secondary readiness. And so I've held back all year long. But tonight, I'm telling you, I am a promoter of AP for all, STEAM for all, because I think it's going to prepare us for great carpenters, great electricians, yeah, a great workforce, and college ready kids. And that's it.
All right. That me?
I think it's
Okay.
You're up next.
Go ahead. So for me personally, I was tossed between soft skills and the critical thinking aspect, but I believe I'm leaning more towards soft skills. Because even as I look at my own staff within the people I work with day in and day out, and I see that they lack confidence, empathy, time management. And sometimes I feel like shaking them and be like, if you just believed in yourself, do you realize how far you could go? Or I remember my mom always telling me, like, fake it until you make it. Like, that is the confidence that you act like you belong there, then people believe you belong, but if you go in doubting who you are, you're all automatically going to be set behind. And so I just feel like it's those soft skills that I wish our students believed in themselves even more, and didn't doubt what they were capable of, regardless of, where they live, regardless of their demographic. Like, this is like, they're going to go in and kick butt and make it happen and know like nothing's going to stop them. But I think many times they go into these situations just completely forgetting who they are as individuals and still trying to figure out their identity and want to be adults, but their frontal lobe has not developed yet, and the whole sense of reasoning and, that comes with and even adults struggle with that. But I think that is a skill that if our students really mastered, we would see a huge difference just in their performance and the outcomes beyond graduation.
And you just hit on a very important distinction that should be made when discussing soft skills. So if you have read the backup material, if you've read the actual feedback from the community, you'll know that the vast majority of the responses related to soft skills were students having soft skills that will help them be successful in their career and college after life. So whether that be being able to organize thoughts into taking notes so that they can be successful in college, whether it be the ability to be a productive member of a team or a collaborative member of a work group, every single one of those, I'm almost certain that every one of those were focused on building soft skills from kindergarten to high school so that they can be successful after graduation from high school. So while we talk about soft skills, and I think that Superintendent Elder has done a great job at articulating this in the proposed post-secondary readiness metric, that soft skills is not that far off from post-secondary readiness. In order to truly be post-second ready for what happens after secondary school, you have to be able to have these skills, these soft skills to be successful. All right, moving on to Board Member Jackson.
Yeah, so thank you for saying that, because I was going to kind of comment on the fact that I view soft skills differently. That the way I interpreted this response was that it is about how you're going to the ability to effectively interact with others once you have graduated, and I do think that that's important. Whether or not that needs to be one of the ultimate student outcome goals, I don't know yet. So I'm going to kind of set that aside for a minute. And if you don't mind, I'll probably bounce a little bit. But if I'm looking at the student outcome 3 and 4 that we have in front of us, I'm going to start with 4 because I'm completely in favor. I think we need to have an outcome that specifically addresses post-secondary readiness. I think if we look at the feedback of the vision by the sessions, that was huge. And in the conversations that I've had leading up to this point, there is a huge desire from our community to not just focus on the kids who are going to graduate and go to college. I think we got on this, I don't know, certainly when I was in school, it was never a conversation of, well, you could be a contractor. I wish somebody had told me that, because I'm the one that changes the toilets in the house. I mean, we're oversharing tonight, right? So I would have loved somebody to tell me that, but it was STEM, and this is the direction that you have to go. So I wish somebody had said that. And I think that we're at a critical point now that we need to focus on that. I'm slightly concerned about the wording of student outcome 4. It does seem very broad. And at the same time, possibly vague, but that could be just my understanding of it. But it does seem, it seems like that's where you're trying to encompass and all the rest, right? Like you had all these other things that you wanted to do, so we threw it into student outcome 4. So I would like to keep it, but I would like to kind of look at it a little bit more, see if we can become a little bit more targeted on that. And I think, like, one of the questions I had was the athletic. I don't know how this is a course necessarily, but I think that's probably
is a course. So
there's
so
a
you know,
course. Okay.
Yeah, many of our students pursue the athletic course, and they'll take 3 years of an athletics course.
Okay.
So it's part of their commitment to the team. That's
Mhm.
actually in the curriculum.
Oh, it's part of being on the team. Like,
It doesn't necessarily have to be. It's
Oh.
something they can do and not all teams have it. So it's certainly something we could look at. It
Okay.
was- We saw it utilized in some districts and not in others, so we were putting it in. We tried to select elements that we felt were important to our community. And athletics is one of those elements that you'll hear it repeated time and time again. Athletics is why my son goes to school. Athletics is why my daughter is there. She loves this. And if she didn't have it, now we won't, the thing is, there's some teams that don't have an athletics course, so they won't be able to track. So it is a little awkward measurement. But it is a course.
okay. So that answers my question. I mean, I'm all for it, go Bears. But I didn't realize that there was actually a course there. So anyway, I think student outcome 4, that kind of encompasses the post-secondary readiness that is crucial and that we're asking for. Student outcome 3, I'm teetering because I kind of agree. I don't think graduation rates should be an outcome because there is the potential of being able to finagle graduation rates. But I don't think that that's what this is saying necessarily, but I don't think graduation rates necessarily need to be one of the outcomes that we are measuring. A question that I wrote is this more of a high school assessment? Is this more where you guys are attempting to kind of measure some of those like the ACT and SAT assessments and also possibly pull in middle school? Because I mean, we have ELA or we have early childhood and we have potential high school, but still we're kind of missing that middle school section.
Math.
Oh, math. Okay. Anyway, so student outcome 3 is a little,
Student outcome 3 is a bit of it's a different way of looking at, without looking at graduation rates, which we are rated on, and our schools are definitely focused on. It allows us to begin the process of early intervention with students who are at danger of not graduating on time. What we know is that freshman year is pretty rough for a lot of our kids. Again, the Algebra 1 was mentioned. It's our #1 gatekeeper course. We've got to improve that. So the idea is at the end of the second year, what has the school stepped in, worked with the kid, the family, in terms of either credit recovery or grade recovery? What have they done to support that child to get them back on track so that they come in for that year 3, not feeling even further behind, but actually, okay, I can do this now. I am actually going to make it. Again, I understand it. It's a difficult concept. And I don't think it's nebulous, but I do understand the
yeah.
concern you're raising. So
I mean, I guess my question is which goal, based on the visions that we received back for the frequency, which vision is this goal attempting to address?
well, I think it attempts to address the concept that they're actually going to have a post-high school experience that's not maybe just the GED, although I would really love, quite frankly, GEDs, and it's supposed to be equivalent, and there are kids that's their path, that's where they go, but we don't include them. So and we talked earlier about the 5-year graduates, the way we measure graduation in the state's pretty funky. It's a little different than other states. So but it's really trying to address that. One, that we didn't have much for high school. We wanted to have something that was high school specific and really dealt with the need to keep the children engaged, keep our students in school, and give them opportunities to be successful post-high school.
Okay, so if I can interpret back, so kind of student outcome 3 and student outcome 4 as they're written now, both kind of address
we felt that this board has been pretty clear that it would like student voice to be included in this type of work, and the students really focused on, they really were not a lot of conversation on the academics. Okay, they weren't saying, give us more math, they were saying, we want, and not that they didn't, actually, they were pretty good about saying, we think what we're getting is good. They liked what they're getting, but they wanted more of these soft skills, more opportunities to explore. Remember, all this was done not in a vacuum either, because 2 weeks ago, or whenever we were here talking about graduation requirements potentially changing, all that's going to have an impact on this stuff too. So, but trying to encapsulate some of that student voice and some of that community desire to have those elements you're describing now.
Okay.
Definitely more in the 4.
And Board Member Jackson, if I can also add that it's also a way for us to monitor and have a strong focus so that our high school freshmen are not falling through the cracks, because they do. And we've seen that not just in our district, but across the nation. 9th grade is that pivotal year. The students are having to earn those Carnegie units that they didn't have to in elementary and middle school. So it's them having to learn, like, oh, I actually have to earn this credit in order to move on to that next grade level. But it with this outcome, I'm hoping it will shift the adult behavior to be focused on that, so that we can put systems in place so that these kids don't fall through the cracks. And when students do fall behind, we have a mechanism to support them and their families and their teachers.
And our recommendations are based more on student need and less on the community feedback. Community feedback is useful, and I'm really glad you did it. It was interesting. We learned a lot. And we wanted this to reflect the community feedback, but our recommendations are supposed to be driven by student need, and getting kids to graduation is technically a need, I would say.
Okay. Which kind of, I think you're starting to help me to understand how you're delineating between these two, which kind of brings me back to the soft skills, because I'm hearing you say that this is maybe where soft skills you've kind of drifted into number 3. And it brings me back to Dr. Segura, the handbook that you sent that has the criteria for learners, and it kind of addresses the soft skills that I think is what we're talking about, is the lifelong learner, critical thinker, strong work ethic, respect for self and others, ability to set and achieve goals, self-advocacy and motivation, ability to adapt to change, growth mindset, collaboration and cooperation, and 21st century skills. I'm wondering, I think those are things that we're hearing are missing from our education. And so that this as a suggestion might be a place to add something like that.
We can play with that. One of the things I need to remind the board, and this is important, I believe, as well, none of our state assessments have any of those words in them. None of our teacher evaluations revolve around much of that. None of our principals are evaluated. So there is a larger system that we would argue, and I think this is where you've been around all night, there are flaws in the system. And sometimes things that we value, we're not measuring because nobody says they want us to measure them. So just remember, that's a system that is difficult for us to adapt to, because it's not something we're told to be focused on.
So if I may, the reason that we're sitting here is to reflect the values of our community, and our community through these surveys and through these interactions told us that soft skills were important. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I get it. But what I'm saying is, I mean, we're hearing from the board members, I think, are saying we need to look at the whole child. We need to look at preparedness. And these are some of the things that at least I know my community thinks is important. So, and then I think just the last thing that I want to, before I move on is, and Ashley, this is a conversation that you and I had that I just wanted to highlight, is we're talking about, you know, these 3 to 4 potential student outcomes, but, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ashley, overarching this entire thing and should be stated from the outset is that the overall expectation of all of these is for high rigor and high expectation for all of our students. And so that was a conversation that Ashley and I had, that we don't have to write that particularly into our goal because they should touch on all of our goals. Am I right, Ashley?
Yes. So let me respond to that. So inside of everything that we're doing right now is the understanding that student outcomes won't change until adult behaviors change. That is literally what we are getting at through this entire process that you've all been going on. When you, as you begin to firm up your goals, which I'm really excited about this conversation, and y'all are a lot further along than I think you understand that you are. Inside of each goal that you adopt, you have to ask the question, will this goal spur a change in adult behaviors? With that understanding that adult behaviors have to change if we're going to improve student outcomes. So that in and of itself is setting an expectation for high rigor, for high expectations for the entire system. And if there are high expectations for the entire system, then there are going to be high expectations for students as well. I want to be clear that high expectations does not and should not mean unrealistic expectations or unattainable expectations. Part of a SMART goal is the A in SMART is attainable. You have to be able to actually achieve it, even if achieving it requires a change in behaviors. So to that end, yes, absolutely. This is you beginning to create the conditions for high expectations and high rigor. There may be things that you land on where you decide that, you know what, this isn't something that we're doing right now. And I think even, goal 3 is a great example because from what I understand, this is not something that is currently being tracked by APS, but this literally would require a change in adult behaviors. It would require a change in the data that the district is currently tracking. That's not commentary on whether or not you should adopt that as a student outcome goal. It's just literally an example of something that requires a change in behavior. Is that responsive to your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm done.
So wait, before we move on, I want to, so I heard you say a lot. The 1 or 2 student outcomes that is an additional thing that you think should be focused on is post-secondary readiness. Is that it, or is soft skills in there as well? Or do you include soft skills with post-secondary?
I don't know. I'm 100% on post-secondary readiness. I do like student outcome 4. I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit, but I don't know. Like, can you come back to me on that? Because I think student outcome 3, I can see the need for it from what you're saying. But then I wonder, can soft skills come in as a guardrail? I don't know. So
yeah. So let me provide a little bit of clarification on that. So the way that the Superintendent Elder and Dr. Segura have presented this fourth student outcome that they put out for you, that they said this is a high leverage, high need student outcome. It actually does encapsulate both soft skills, because you're focusing on things like athletics and fine arts and the things that you aren't necessarily academic metrics, while also, so it encompasses both the soft skills, the things that create a well-rounded child, while also providing opportunities to focus on things that prepare students for success after high school through those academic areas. So through CTE or foreign language. So we can get down, and we will get down to the wordsmithing and all of that shortly. But just as a high level, what I'm hearing is that like post-secondary readiness is the focus. If we can maybe squeeze some soft skill into that, it would be a bonus. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have some, I think Dr. Segura has something she wants to reply.
And so Board Member Jackson and members of the board, I do want to take us back to what should APS students know and be able to do by the time they graduate. And I feel those soft skills are a piece of that. Yeah. So when we look at what Superintendent Elder discussed earlier regarding the potential shift in graduation requirements, part of that proposal from the state is creating that profile of a graduate. And that can be, we have a profile of a graduate, but we have to make it come alive in every classroom. So when it comes back to the messaging, what are these soft skills that we're working toward and building with our kids? So by the time they graduate, they're very well versed, and they can also do self-assessments on where am I on this? Where do I need to work? Those are things that we can put in place as far as those soft skills go, to measure them kind of over time. I think the difficult piece is how we aggregate that information and then disaggregate it to see where we are, because that can happen in each classroom, but how we make it to the broader district, I'm not quite sure, but I think that's something that we can continue to discuss, because those are things that can happen to be able to address those soft skills that we feel are important to our kids as they transition to post-secondary.
Okay. And you're saying that would fall under the current student outcome 3 with, or the under?
No, I mean, it could be under 4.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
I know. It's like, what? I know, because I came into this conversation with you, Ashley, and when I first looked at student outcome number 3, I was like, ooh, I didn't like it, because it was like, it's just it's okay and it's important. I think it's really important to make sure that we don't have students that sort of fall off the cliff there. But what I like about 4 is that it really gets us closer to thinking about students and sort of moving towards that self-efficacy, because they're testing themselves in places and ways and doing things that maybe just really sort of pushes them into other things. And I think it's going to help. It helps our students, to welcome challenge and to welcome rigor, because I'm hoping that that's what the goal is, right? Is that we want students to, and because Dr. Segura, you said something really important too, is that by this point in time too, I'm hoping that we have students that also can do, their own student-led assessment, right? In terms of where am I too, and sort of creating that ability to be just kind of self-aware, a lot more, just, where am I personally? Those are really critical skills to have. And when I think of soft skills, those are the things I think about too, is just that young person who's out, has a plan, has a thought, feels confident, has some self-efficacy. And it's a lot like what Board Member Tapia Romero was talking about too, is not like not losing that confidence, and that, this is going to be, this is me. I've got an identity. I feel confident in terms of where I want to be. I think I have trouble with just the way that this outcome is worded, because I think it's like too many, and I don't know that, I want students to successfully complete those things. I really do, because I think those are really good. I think it really also helps to set the bar with our adults around setting higher expectations and not having low expectations in some situations. And it could help us to sort of look at the data in terms of where the gaps are, because I think that's where we're going to start to see that some students may not have access to rigor. And that's part of what our problem is in our district. I see that happen a lot in the South Valley. There's just not as much rigor and the ability to engage in all of this. So as I'm thinking about this, I like the fourth measure. I'm not so hot on the third measure. I think it does help us to sort of, I think it's a step in the direction of putting kids on that direction of, it's like sort of assessing themselves, learning how to do that, and instilling in them that ability to start to really have a plan. And I keep thinking about the next step planning process and like what's missing in there too, because I think next step is a good tool, but it's not utilized in a way that I think could be really valuable for young people. I've seen it implemented and used really well. And my example is with my stepdaughter, who, instructor over at Cibola High School, was an excellent process. I remember when she came home, was tuned in and turned on about her next step plan. And we had several dinner conversations about what that meant to her. And so I think it has that ability, because what we started to see in her was her own assessment of herself. And this is the course I need to take. Here's what I need to do next. And here's the plan for myself. And I like the idea of also having a student outcome focus on that high school level. I think because then we're covering from elementary, mid to high school, and it helps our community also, I think, understand sort of like that path, right? Here I'm going from here to here to here. And so I'm excited about having the fourth one. For me, it's just, I'm just concerned about some of the wording and the way that it's put together, but I think it's getting to the crux of where I see that piece where they're talking about soft skills, readiness, culture, even competencies, like self-competency, critical thinking. It's all of those pieces in there.
Would it help if we removed all the listing and just said from an approved course list? So we would have the courses and the completers identified elsewhere, but just for the purpose of the goal and your concerns about wordiness.
I don't know yet. I'm struggling with it, because I like where it's at in terms of, a successful graduate, something about the successful graduate. And it's, as demonstrated by something, I don't know. I can't think in my head right now out loud, but it's closer to me on this one than it is on 3. And I'll just stop there.
And we can do the wordsmithing in a moment. But you've definitely answered the question. So let's move on to Board Member Mueller-Aragon. Peggy, what do you think? What are the other two student outcomes, 1 or 2 student outcomes that are important to you beyond math and English?
I mean, I have a whole bunch of thoughts on this, so I'll try to focus. So
this is the time for you to say your piece.
So when I'm looking at outcome 3, of course, graduation is really important, but a lot like, what are we, and this is maybe a question that Superintendent Elder can answer, is when you're looking at second year students on track for on-time graduation, it's based on the metric that they have completed all the courses they need to have completed and pass them by that second year. Is that correct?
Basically, because remember that there's actually a few credits built into the system where if a child, for example, missed a half credit of PE for some reason, wouldn't necessarily be off track to graduate. Yeah, because there's some wiggle room in our system, but you're
Kind of right?
You're 99.9% correct. Yes.
Okay.
I
Okay.
hope that's close enough.
Okay. So then with our graduation requirements changing and we're going to have less requirements, then that means there's going to be less wiggle room.
Only if you all make the change to the state model. You have the right as a board to establish your own district graduation requirements, which we do currently.
Okay, so we're going to be able, they're not going to say you have to go down to 21.
No, they
So we're not going to have to, or the electives and all that, because then I think that would also have a big effect if we go down to 4 electives from
Oh.
7 point. We couldn't do student outcome 4.
You could not do that. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, because that was one of my big questions. Well, what kind of effect will that knock out outcome 4 if we
No,
had?
and that's actually great. I'm glad you asked that because one thing we've heard from you and the board is that you are not interested in wiping out electives. And we've heard that from the community as well. And I don't think it's in our interest either. So
Okay, so, okay, there's that. That's good. So when I'm looking at outcome 3, I am too kind of, iffy on that one, because I'm looking at, our proficiency rates, which are obviously we're going to move to try to, improve those over the next 5 years. But graduation, getting that diploma doesn't necessarily mean that you are literate in math and in reading. And so does that really matter as much as making sure our kids are literate and can do math, et cetera? And so I'm kind of going, when we look at our kids graduating, they're not all proficient. So I'm just iffy on that one.
so if I can
I-
help you all, you're not hurting my feelings.
Okay.
Okay. About saying that we did walk in and one of the initial things we said was we brought 4 thinking you might go with 3. So if you went with 4, you come back and walk out here with 5. Either way, it is what it is. So you're being very nice. If you don't like the goal, it's iffy to you.
I mean, I'm not trying to be nice. I'm just trying to.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
I'm not trying to be nice. That wasn't in my head. I'm just
I'm just,
having, I'm just being inquisitive. So,
and I think it's very fair to say I'm not sure about this goal. Okay.
okay. And so if I was looking at something to, dealing with our high schoolers, our 10th, 11th, 12th graders or whatever, I would be more interested in looking at their, SAT and improving, because we did see, I know that Member Jackson had pointed out, when we looked at the score for the SAT, it took like a significant dive. And I can't remember, Member Jackson, was it 35?
30-point dive.
It was like a 30-point dive. So if I was going to have to do something to do with, our high schoolers there, I would rather have it be, let's make sure that we continually increase that score for our SAT, students, that are taking the SAT. So that's where I'd rather go than here. But, and then as it concerns outcome 4, I look at outcome 4 as, when you're looking in my district, it was post-secondary readiness was really important, critical thinking. I personally think critical thinking is part of post-secondary readiness. So I think they just go together, and I think soft skills does also. But how most people talked about post-secondary readiness was that it was important for the kids to to be ready for after they're, all graduated, they're out in the real world, that they still needed to be literate financially in reading and writing, that they had to understand their strengths and their weaknesses, that they needed to, work on those weaknesses and focus on their strengths, that they needed to know how, as I remember, a lot of the responses were talking about being able to advocate for themselves. So when they have to have some kind of a legal framework. What can I get when I'm going on in the workforce, in the military, in college? What, kind of legal frame, what can they ask for? Because I don't think a lot of students realize that still when they're in college, they can ask for extra time to take tests. And there are things like that that are important for them to be ready in the real world. And I know, as Member Peterson has pointed out, like to be able to advocate for themselves when it comes to, you can't do this when you're in a workplace, and for them to understand that, you can't pay me this much and this is where I can go, to Workforce Solutions, and you guys can help me there. And I think those things are really part of, post-secondary readiness. Also is the post-secondary readiness also is if you're going on to college and that's where you're headed, are you going to have to do a lot of remedial work? So those are all things I think that they need to know when it comes to this. So I don't know if there is or not. I'm sure that Member Gonzalez knows. Is there like a post-secondary readiness rubric or a test that, our kids could take that could kind of help them? And I think if we did that, I think that and had that as part of the post-secondary readiness, the kids would know, what are they good at? Are they going to need to take remedial courses? What are their strengths? When I know they do that at, like UNM or CNM. And a lot of kids don't know what they're good at or, what their weaknesses are. And I think that in order for our students to be successful after they leave us, and to have successful outcomes in whatever they do, we need to play on their strengths and they need to know what they are. I'm trying to think of what else is in there. I just think that if I would rewrite the student outcome 4 and have it really dealing with post-secondary readiness, and somehow rewrite it understanding that critical thinking and soft skills are all going to be part of this. But if somehow, I just don't know exactly. I think that Member Montoya Cordova also said that it's like, successfully complete. I personally don't know exactly what that means. Does that mean they passed the class, or does that mean that they took 3 or 4 courses? Like, I don't know what that means. So I think that would be helpful to just make it more succinct somehow. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but I think if we could somehow add having some kind of making sure that we put in their post-secondary readiness, I think that would help. Like, we may know what that is. But I want to make sure everybody understands that. And maybe if we do come up with some kind of post-readiness assessment that our students could take by the time to me, I think that should be taken sooner than when they're seniors, because then they've gone all through high school, not knowing what they may really, be good at and what their strengths and weaknesses are. So that's where I'm at. Is that good, Ashley?
That's good. And I want to give Superintendent Elder and Dr. Segura an opportunity to respond. I think you had a couple of questions in there.
Sure. Just off the top of my head. The SAT's a tricky one to use because we don't give it to students with disabilities. So we've got an area. The reason the SAT scores dropped was we went from college-bound students taking it to making it a statewide.
Everybody.
So you brought in a whole group of people that had never intended to take the SAT and had no real interest in it. Another concern with trying to raise SAT scores, which I would like to say is a byproduct of better education could also turn into test prep. That would be my few concerns. But that's what we're using right now. There are assessments. I don't know of any post high school assessment.
There's work keys.
There's ACT work keys. We're just talking about that over here. That's probably the closest we would get to kind of what you're thinking of.
I just think it would be very helpful to our, to our students, because sometimes I ask some high school students, what are you good at? What do you think you might want to do when you graduate? And a lot of them are just like, I'm not good at anything, which is part of soft skills, is giving them the confidence. But, I just think everybody's good at something. We're all really good at something. And we have to make sure our kids know what they are good at, because every single person in the world is good at something. And that's part of adult behavior that we need to make sure and get that across. If a child doesn't know that they're good at something, well, why not? Has not a single adult ever told them that you're really good at this? So that also goes back to adults. So
Do we still do ASVAB? Is that it? Still in?
Yeah,
existence?
it is offered through junior ROTC, and they open it to anyone who wants to take it. So if other students who are not in the program wanted to take it, they are welcome to take it, and it is encouraged.
thank you.
Right. Board Member Peterson.
One of the things that I heard from virtually all of the listening sessions, and maybe it's something that will be encompassed if we set a goal for social emotional learning, but at every listening session, I heard something about the importance of empathy and the importance of students being able to advocate for themselves and have a real sense of their relationship with the world and how to impact that. And the other thing is a real strong sense of giving back to the community, especially in my communities. I heard people over and over again really talking about the importance of students' relationship with their community and the impact that they have. And so I think that somewhere in our goals, we need to and it may be partly a guardrail sort of outlook, but I think depending on what kind of social emotional assessment tool we used, I think those are things that might somewhat be incorporated into that, because I think it definitely, along with identity and culture and those things, I think it has an impact on how students perceive themselves and feel about themselves and their emotional health. So, and that sort of brings up the umbrella concern I have with all of these is that when we talk about proficiency, by whose measure? It's not some innate, law of nature. The proficiency rates are set by publishing companies, by politicians. And so with all of this, I'm not saying that we don't need to measure it. And for sure, I am not saying that we don't want kids to be proficient and that, and we want them to be critical thinkers. And that was the other part, I think we all heard that strongly from the community. But my overarching concern about proficiency is that sometimes it leads us, by focusing on the test scores, it leads us to doing things that are detrimental instead of helpful. And I think particularly about early literacy development, that, for instance, having students proficient in third grade in reading maybe more contingent on them having real strong language development and a love of learning and curiosity and exploration in kindergarten, rather than focusing on phonics skills, for instance. And I think there's some ways that we can prove that. So I was looking at the San Francisco goals and guardrails, and I think I have something that'll come up with the guardrail part for how we protect against that we don't let proficiency aspirations lead us into bad practice in what we do with children. And I think that is always a danger. I think the focus on test scores of No Child Left Behind led us into doing some really detrimental things with children. And I think we're paying the consequences right now. So that said, I'm not sure whether we completely rewrite or change outcomes 3 and 4. I think they're good aspirationally. Whether it's the best way to address those issues of social emotional learning and what that means for a graduate in the big picture, it seems like we're all sort of working around that, trying to arrive at what can that look like in a way that's measurable, but also reflective of how comprehensive it is, because they're really trying to be a pretty comprehensive encapsulation of what we want, and just really kind of struggling to find, so what do we look at specifically to measure that? I don't think that's very helpful.
It is. And I want to be clear that the measures that Superintendent Elder has provided, they're a starting point. They're a starting point that will ground the board in the current reality for students in APS. Your board, you all very much are writing, and through the process of this conversation, are rewriting the metrics and rewriting the goals that are grounded in what is the reality for the students, but also informed by the wisdom of your community. And so I definitely want to make it clear that Superintendent Elder has done some amazing work. You all don't get to just take what he put together and adopt it. you have to do the work and really engage in this conversation, which you are doing an incredible job at. So on that note, I want to just make sure that I've got you clear. So what I heard from you are social emotional learning. I also heard some, you also mentioned early literacy development, relationship with communities. Are those, what is your final answer to what are the student outcomes that are important to you? To one or two, just high level, what are the student outcomes that are important to you?
So I think students having a sense of their, how do I say it? It is, I think a lot of it is tied to the social emotional piece. But I think it's their empowerment. What it comes down to is their sense of being empowered in relationship to the world and their community.
That's great. That's responsive. Thank you. Danielle.
Thank you. So before reviewing the draft goals seeing the draft goals that were presented tonight, I was reflecting on the initial feedback from the survey and the community conversations or the listening sessions. And so given those, I had written down the need for a draft goal related to social emotional development and school readiness, kindergarten readiness, or early childhood education. So I think those two need to be in there. I'll start by saying, so the National Commission for Social, Emotional, and Academic Development defines SEED as a three-legged stool, which is looking at the three components of school climate, social emotional skills, and applying those social emotional skills in an academic setting. And you don't have social emotional and academic development until you have those three components. So it's a disservice to prioritize any one over the other or to eliminate one because it's a three-legged stool and it falls down on that. And so just reflecting on that definition, I mentioned that I was looking at some other district schools. And I think I said something similar to what the District of Columbia Public Schools has, and I looked it up, which is 100% of students feel loved, challenged, and prepared. And then they have their metrics as measured by the Panorama School Climate Survey. And so this is based on student voice, student direct report, and how they're telling you how they feel. I also wanted to respond to a lot of what I'm hearing so far and a little bit of what Dr. Segura said before, which is the strong recognition that academic skills alone are not enough for post-secondary or lifelong success. And Dr. Segura cited Elaine Allensworth at the University of Chicago, and it so happens that the University of Chicago put together a framework for young adult success. It's called the Framework for Young Adult Success, which looks at all of these SEED indicators and what is necessary. And so a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here is within that framework and measurable through their survey, which is the 5 E's survey, which measures challenge, measures belonging, measures all of these things that we're talking about. So I think it is 100% possible to set a goal related to the types of things that we're talking about and to be able to have an input of adopting a survey, whether that's Panorama, 5 E's, or something else, and tracking and measuring it over time and disaggregating it by student subgroups. I looked up the Framework for Young Adult Success, and it identified the 3 key factors to life success. And so beneath these 3 key factors, there's lots of indicators, but the first one is agency. And I've heard conversation around that. Agency is defined as shaping the course of one's life rather than simply reacting to external forces. So you can track, measure, and influence agency. It's measurable and malleable. Integrated identity, which is a strong sense of who one is, which provides an internal compass for actively making decisions. This is where a lot of the racial identity, cultural competency, and those factors come in, which again can also be measured and is malleable. And then overall competencies, which is some of the other stuff that we're talking about in terms of progressing. So in terms of different measures and approaches, I'm a much bigger fan of the Foundation for Young Adult Success than Panorama, but I think the important thing is having a goal and having a measure. I will also say that we've had lots of conversation around the proposed goals here, and I wrote down when Superintendent Elder was describing outcome 4. I'm sorry, I've gotten feedback that I talk too fast, so I'm gonna take a breath. That the description was around completion, and this is how we identify completers. And in the social and emotional development literature, completers, the metric is grit or resilience. And those are also embedded with measures within the other indicators that I described. Self-regulation is another one that can also be measured. And so I think it's important to think about that, how this student outcome number 4 can be reframed to be the social, emotional, and academic development measurement that with the interim measurements would be looking at climate, academic progress using social emotional skills and the learning of social emotional skills. So feel very strongly about SEED as a goal. The second thing is I mentioned that I felt that we needed early childhood readiness or kindergarten readiness or school readiness as a goal. One, because we know how important that is in broader school success and life readiness and how much of a contributor it is to broader social development and skills in terms of less likely to have a life of crime, less likely to get pregnant, more likely to have higher income, all of that important data. We also know a lot about the brain development And again, we were just talking about the constitutional amendment here and the new funds for pre-K. So I think it's really important for us to have a goal for and us as a board to hold the district accountable for leveraging those funds and resources to provide our kids what they need. And so, you know, as a goal, I think we could say something like improve kindergarten readiness. And if we're not going to be using numbers tonight, then that seems sufficient, although I would push that we're using numbers. But it's clear then that some of the interim measures could be related to establishing pre-K classrooms, or even I was looking at the Council of Gray City Schools academic KPI indicators, for which there's a lot on pre-K enrollment by group, by subgroup, and comparisons. So I think it's really important to have an early childhood readiness or school readiness indicator. So those are two that I would add. The other thing that I was really noodling over is the importance of real focus on just either Yazzie Martinez groups, populations, or subgroups in general. And so clearly that can be integrated into some of the interim measures as they are here. But I would be interested in a conversation around one goal that clearly states the need to make progress with those populations. And so maybe that ends up becoming a guardrail. But I think it's really important to keep our eye on those populations specifically, and I would advocate for some sort of a goal related to that. And then responding to what is proposed here for high leverage student outcome number 3, I'm not opposed to it. I also don't love the language. I do think what we're trying to get at, what the goal here, what we're trying to get at is correct. And I could envision some inputs related to early warning systems and early warning indicators and putting those systems into place. But I think really tracking what we know are the factors. It's failing mathematics in 8th grade, it's failing English in 8th grade, and it's attendance, attendance less than 80% of the time. So if we're integrating those into our early warning, take a breath again, early warning system, I think that would help. Then, you know, in the context of this, I was thinking about this relative to another type of graduation goal. And like my colleagues, I did look at some other districts, and Columbus City Schools has a goal. I just went away from it. Goal number 3. Oh, wait, I pulled it out. Never mind, I printed it. Goal number 3 for Columbus City Schools is the percentage of the class of 2028 who earn the Portrait of a Graduate seal will increase from 0% to 25% by June 2028. So I think given where the state is in the process of developing a Portrait of a Graduate, I think something like this might make sense. And the interim measures here go as far as, you know, what happens for 5th grade students with completing a Portrait of a Graduate project and increasing that. Looks at 8th grade students and 10th grade students. So it's essentially looking at how that filters down through the system. So I thought that Columbus City Schools goal number 3 was a potential good example for us as we look to a graduation type goal. Or I also looked at Chicago, which has kind of broad 90% of students are on track to graduate, which I think makes sense.
And what was that one? I'm sorry.
90% of students are on track to graduate, but on track to graduate being the language, in which case some of the measures that are here for 3 and 4 really become interim indicators. And again, sort of to the early warning system, you can look at those from that perspective. And just to respond to the question around post-secondary readiness measures, there's an organization called the College and Career Readiness Success Center, CCSR, which tracks college and career readiness indicators, post-secondary indicators. They do look at all 50 states, at what each state defines as post-secondary readiness and what measures are used in each state. So it is things like WorkKeys, AccuPlacer, SAT, PSAT, all of those things that do exist. So I think it's entirely possible and plausible for us to establish a post-secondary readiness goal, which we could be looking at some of those actual quantitative measurements, as well as some of the the CTE course taking coherent patterns. All of those are on there too. So I think there's a way to have a clearer goal around post-secondary success where these things become the indicators. These things I'm pointing to the student outcomes 3 and 4.
Thank you for that. So Board Member Gonzalez, you mentioned a lot of kind of new content to the conversation, or you brought a lot of new, I think, very valuable content to the conversation that is not out of line with what your colleagues have brought forward as well. I want to give an opportunity to Superintendent Elder to share his thoughts on some of those things, especially as it relates to the social emotional development, SEL type measures, and you brought up SEED and the framework for young adult success, among other things. So I want to just create a little bit of an opportunity for a conversation around those specific measures, just because they're new to the conversation. Superintendent?
Yeah, I'm just collecting my thoughts. She does speak quickly. Makes it hard to keep up on the
Writing
notes, writing fast, but I think what I'm hearing is that there is an interest in an SEL goal. And I think that's fine. But I think we're going to do another work session. I have a feeling that this is not going to write itself. I would need some time, and my team would need some time to look at SEED in this framework. I've seen SEED before. I don't know how to apply it thoroughly, but I think it would probably mess with some of the work we're already doing over in that division with Castle. So there's something there. I agree that the Yazzie Martinez subgroups have to be included in this. That's why we're suggesting them as part of the interim measurements, because I really do believe that if we can improve instruction for our most vulnerable, we'll improve instruction for across the board. I'm not opposed to the discussion of them as a goal or a guardrail. I'd have to hear some language on that. The portrait of a graduate seal is really interesting. So like all of you, I went and looked at other districts too, and I got to admit, Columbus Schools just popped up today, so I have not had an opportunity to really look at that. We have done some work in the past with the Greater the Greater United Way and Mission Graduate, and they produced a fairly complex portrait of a graduate. Not 100% sure that would work well in a tight measurement goal, but we could look at it and see if we could modify it in some way to make that work. And then that does meet what you're saying as far as having a graduation goal or a post-secondary readiness goals. Like I said, we had talked about work keys already. We were over, well, maybe do work keys. I mean, there's obviously a lot of measurements. We would need to, I guess, get more specific exactly what we're trying to measure. And I need to look at those assessments and have a sense of what they are. None of this is impossible. And again, I only worry is that I keep hearing goals getting added. And I know we're talking about taking some of this out and moving it, and that's fine. I just want to remind us we can't have too many goals. But I think we caught most of that. So,
and I'm wondering too, Board Member Gonzalez, because I think some of those measures and what I heard Superintendent is what she's talking about is like, if we are going to do something that's like a graduation goal, or it's even a social emotional goal, it's part of that interim goal, maybe using an assessment in that piece or a new assessment to help us get there too. So that we're not just saying overarching that the goal has to name that that's going to be the only assessment we're going to use, but maybe we test out some assessments and we're utilizing those as ways to sort of inform us in terms of, are we making progress? So, I mean, that's kind of how I'm digesting it, because it was a lot, but.
Not necessarily. So I think my
Okay.
point was it's important to have a SEED goal, a goal related to soft skills, social, emotional, academic development, and SEL,
Okay.
period. So how the district wants to set that goal or what measures or what priorities, I'm not quite agnostic on, but I want to respect my lane. And putting forth that there are lots of examples from other districts that have done it, and there's lots of measurements. I have heard a lot from districts and a lot from folks in the education sphere that we can't measure these things, and that's not true. So like University of Chicago is where the 5Es was piloted. Chicago Public Schools is a massive school district. I think the 5Es is great. If we use that, that'd be awesome. If we use Panorama, that'd be cool. I'm just saying we need a social, emotional, or school climate goal, and we can measure it. And so as it comes to inputs, like, yes, the input would be adopt a school climate measure, adopt a student survey. And then the interim goals would obviously be related to initially uptake, completion, use of that survey. And lots of states and districts have put in accountability measures around that too. So I'm happy to share examples. I had shared a really comprehensive email with Dr. Garcia when she was here. So I could just pick that back up and forward it over.
Sure. Okay.
So I really appreciate this conversation because it really is rooted in changing adult behaviors. Everything that has been mentioned so far, and especially in the conversation that, or the discussion that Board Member Gonzalez just led, that, you know, there have always been excuses in education about, well, we can't measure that. How is that measurable? And she just demonstrated that there actually are ways to measure these things. That's not commentary on whether or not that's something that your board should select as a goal. But we are at the point where we need to start drilling in and defining what are the things that the board wants to create as priorities in the here and the now. So as we progress in this conversation, and we will come to guardrails. So I don't want y'all to think that we've forgotten that, but the goals are the most important thing. And so those are the areas where we're going to spend the majority of our time. So what I've heard lifted up as common themes from each member of the board. So everyone has said reading and math, high priorities. Post-secondary readiness came up a lot. There's a lot of discussion about how you measure post-secondary readiness, but it is something that I believe this board is definitely aligned on. Within that conversation is how soft skills relate to post-secondary readiness. It's something that you embed into a full post-secondary readiness goal, or do you pull it out and create a separate goal around soft skills? One of the ways that you could do that is actually by focusing on SEL, which, as Board Member Gonzalez she highlighted several of the areas that get measured by these various assessments that are out there. There's a lot of conversation to have within that area as well. And then, of course, early childhood is something else that was lifted up, not by everyone, but by several of you, and I would say even a majority of you. So as Superintendent Elder mentioned, you've added things that you could focus on, but we can't focus on everything. During our 2 days retreat together back in September, you were all given the analogy of you have one gallon of gasoline. And so if you're driving a pickup truck, how far will that gallon of gasoline get you? Maybe, depending on the type of truck, somewhere between 7 and 15 miles. If you take that gallon of gasoline and divide it up among 3 different trucks or 3 different vehicles, those vehicles are going to get you different distances. If you start to divide it up among 10 vehicles, you're going to be lucky to even get it to turn on. So that is the next point, or so the next place of discussion that I would like for us to focus on. And then I want to have this discussion about what are the things that should absolutely be our focus. That's question 1. And question 2 that I want to just let you know that it's coming is who are the students who we want to be focused on. Board Member Gonzalez brought up that Yazi Martinez definitely should be included in the interim somehow. The board doesn't get to select the interims though. Those are the superintendent's things to select. The board creates the goals, and it's important to remember that when the board is writing goals, what they write is what the board has control over. And when the board stops writing, the superintendent starts interpreting, which he's already shared that he thinks that it's a high priority to focus on Yazi Martinez student groups for your interims. I would like for the board to consider even adopting your full goals around those specific student groups that fall within the definitions created by the Yazi Martinez lawsuit or Yazi Martinez settlement, with the possibility of adding in the additional student group of African American students. So, so with that, let's start with the first discussion between early childhood, soft skills, post-secondary, and SEL. If we're going to limit it, so for the purposes of this conversation that have already happened, these are the priorities that you set. Math and reading are two that are already, I think that those are, you have a math consensus over those. You can only adopt 3 to 5. So if you were to adopt a goal around each of these areas, early childhood, soft skills, post-secondary, and SEL, that is going to be 6 goals. So you need to at least cut it down by 1. But remember, the more goals you have, the less focus you have. So how do you want to divide your tank? What are the things that if you focus on the most are going to give you the biggest bang for your buck while still honoring what the vision is of your community? So, and also another thing to remind everyone of, your goals are student outcomes. Student outcomes are what students know and are able to do. So there are going to be some things that like restorative practices and rigorous expectations, the type of cultural literacy that the adults have for the students in the way that their educational program is being delivered. Those are things that are not going to be student outcomes, but they would be operational areas that you may choose to focus your guardrails on. So we're still very much on the conversation of goals and specifically student outcome goals. So so we've done the round robin a couple of times. Now I just want to throw it out and just get kind of popcorn feedback. Who has an opinion? Who would like to share first on what they would like to see our priorities for? Courtney.
Before Board Member Jackson, may I ask one question?
Yes.
The early childhood goal, since we don't have all the early childhood kids, how would that be worded?
What about early?
When you're talking about students coming in, we have the private providers, we have students who don't go to early childhood centers, and we have some of them. So my only concern is, who are we measuring? Just the kids we had?
No, so I think for the purpose of goal language, it would be something like improve kindergarten readiness or improve school readiness. For your inputs, you would be establish pre-K classes, establish ECE hubs, provide training and developmental blah, blah, blah. For your interim measures, that would be what you're talking about here. And those would change over time as your population of 3 and 4-year-olds grows over time.
Okay, Superintendent Elder, how I'm getting you, because this was exactly what you said is the question I had about early childhood. You don't have control over improving what needs to improve before the kids get there. So they get there and you do the observation tool, but you didn't have those children. So the only way you can improve kindergarten readiness is dealing with the parents who have their kids at home or dealing with schools that you have no control over. Am I interpreting what you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think. That's why I think that one's a difficult one, because then we have to have a goal over parents doing things and
You improve
schools.
kindergarten readiness by opening up pre-K classrooms. Like that's what I'm trying to get at. And again, providing training and resources and developmentally appropriate, like there are real things that all districts can do to improve kindergarten readiness. And again, the goal is to serve those kids with developmentally appropriate, culturally responsive curriculum. Play-based, just developmentally appropriate.
But how does that, I guess I'm trying to take it back to like, how does it fit with what the feedback was from the community that we listened to? Because I didn't hear that come up. I think it's important. I think it's part of the continuum for sure. But I think we can get there with the pieces that we're talking about. Maybe it is part of the interim work if we had a literacy goal, right? If there's, and this is just me thinking, so if we have something that can speak very easily to the community, we listen to you, yes, literacy is important. And maybe one of those interim goals is around, and we don't write those because I remember we don't, but it's really speaking about the work that, to get there to help improve that would also be this focus on one of the strategies that the district has around the early piece. I mean, the early childhood stuff. So that's the only place where I'm struggling with it a little bit, is because I'm kind of going back to the community listening sessions and I just didn't hear that part. That's the only part I'm struggling with.
And I would say
Doable.
I would just say when I was saying we need to focus on elementary students, well, kindergartners are part of elementary school. So I think that's included in there so that we're going to improve, proficiency rates or increase them. So in my opinion, it is included depending on how we write the one dealing with ELA. So
If we're going to improve math and reading, we have to better prepare 3 and 4-year-olds for kindergarten, like punto. Like there is no other way. And if we have this money available from the state, we have to take advantage of it. And if we're going to take advantage of it, we have to offer high quality, developmentally appropriate, play-based and culturally responsive education. I don't want to get into the details of what are the interim measures. I'm proposing some to try to be responsive to the questions. I think the priority is that I would love for this board to hold this district accountable for early childhood readiness, because we know from the research base how critical it is to lifetime success. So as I read and hear families talking about wanting equitable access to resources, what's the resource? An opportunity to have a high quality early learning experience. As I see and hear families wanting kids to just be able to read, you do that by having high quality play-based developmentally appropriate pre-K. Like that's where it's at.
The foundation.
And I'm going to actually provide some, I guess a little bit insight on it, because that's my world. And I see when based on our own statistics, they are entering at a rate where they are proficient.
Well,
But back to when we're saying we need to provide access, there is access. It's not just public based, but it's community based and public. So we can't neglect one over the other. So in fact, most of the district is actually saturated with pre-K programs, and it goes back to parent choice. If a family chooses to do private, faith-based, Montessori, public, they have those options currently available to them. And what's good is those metrics are currently measured through the New Mexico pre-K program. They get assigned a student ID that should, carry on as they go through public ed. So if I'm basing it again on our data that we have here, it is showing that they are ready. And I feel like our resources are better allocated in that disparity between kinder and 3rd grade. Just my opinion.
I agree.
So do remember the assessments are not the same.
Right,
You know, and look,
right.
Everything you're talking about, literacy rate, completely different than the kindergarten readiness.
Yes.
That's not
Right.
the same.
Mhm.
I don't disagree with Board Member Gonzalez that we should do what we should do and provide that. I think our concern is the lack of control we have over the parents' decisions to go elsewhere and what might happen with those students coming in. I think we want to get to the point where we are the choice for parents because it makes so much sense. But at this point, the money is split, everything that comes from the state split 50-50. And so they have options.
I understand that. And I feel like it's the common pretending to say that we can't do anything to respond to the challenges at early childhood level. So, I mean, I feel like it's, whether it's, as I said, school readiness, whether it's early literacy, whatever, I share Member Peterson's concerns about academic pushdown. And so I'm a little hesitant to establish an early literacy goal because we know how that has played out in the past. I have no idea what this 65% kindergarten readiness metric is. Is it an observation? Like, is it that they're potty trained? You know, because
Actually, we were just looking at it a little while ago and I don't have it up anymore, but it's a pretty comprehensive rubric that they are observing. There's things like fine motor skills. There is appropriate play, like they know how to play on the playground. There is some reading an element. Do they recognize, you know, pictures are separate from letters and that means something different? Then it goes all the way up to, can a child recognize as many as 20 letters? But there's a whole rubric that goes, if, you know, are they appropriate? Do they know how to sit? Can they follow multi-position commands? So it's not just a reading. Now, I would say this, that I agree that we need to improve the instruction in there so that those kids can score higher on, you know, that assessment. But again, they don't all come to us. And that's my only.
I get that. I mean, I guess, I'm sorry, I know you're raising your hand, but just to respond to that, like other board members are responding to this drop in readiness, and it's not a drop because it's a completely different indicator, measurement tool, et cetera. So we can't compare 64% of students are ready to what we see later in third grade. Like that's not at all the same measure, but this just doesn't pass the sniff test for what we know about how our third graders, second graders, and first graders are performing. So if we look at iState, because we're testing at third grade, if we look at iStation or whatever other interim formative teacher developed assessments that exist for first and second, our kids aren't on track, because if they were, we wouldn't have these third grade scores. So again, my priority is that we do something to better serve our early learning students so that we can reach that third grade goal. Sorry.
So before we move on, Board Member Peterson, I want to just provide a point of clarification that might help this conversation along a little bit. So when evaluating what your priorities should be, and when setting goals, it's important for the board to understand that any priorities that you set, any goals that that you create, or accountability measures for the superintendent has to be something. So they have to be areas where he has the majority of control. We usually use the standard of 80% of control. And so if the majority of your students, and this is a question that I'm asking because New Mexico is very different from a lot of the states that I have personally worked in, or boards that I've worked with, in that you don't have universal pre-K. And so you don't have a lot of control over the students that come to you, as the points that have been made so far. So if there is not a majority of students, or maybe it is a majority, and that's the answer. But if there is not a consistent number of students, if the superintendent doesn't have control over that measure, then how would you ensure that that the metric is focused on something where he does have control? And so going on to Board Member Peterson, and then that's just food for thought for the conversation.
I'm not sure that makes it any easier for my comment. I just want to respond to the fact that not all families do have equal access to preschool. And there are lots of reasons for that. One is, I was talking to folks the other day about the fact that one of the real barriers to parents taking advantage of APS, first off, it's very limited, the programs that aren't connected to IEPs and Child Find that are available within APS. But the other issue is extended day, that parents end up having to opt for private providers, because if you have a half-day program and a full-day job, you are completely unable to meet that need. But as APS is able to take on and provide more opportunities, we also are in a position to do the partnerships that make that full day care a possibility. And I think it's something that we have to take on very seriously. And I appreciate it being put forward as a goal. I'm wondering if, given the inability to have maybe that 80% control, if it shouldn't be a guardrail that says that the superintendent shall do nothing to, I hate phrasing it in the negative, so I'll phrase it in the positive, and someone who wordsmiths, that the superintendent needs to work to guarantee expansion of access to program from early childhood through high school, that it can be, that it sort of says it without making it accountable in the same way, but still emphasizes the fact that we have got to make it accessible to families that don't have access right now.
What's our question?
I think we're
I think we were
supposed to
trying
be,
to summarize, right? Like,
we have to identify
Right.
the four
I
goals.
apologize. Courtney was about to say something. I asked a question. I stopped doing that.
I have a clarifying
But-
question too, before.
go for it.
So Ashley is drawing a distinction between soft skills and SEL skills. And
Yeah,
I don't agree with that
agree with
distinction.
that.
So I just wanted to understand more why you're doing that.
That was literally just the words that I heard from someone.
Some of the
Um,
identified in the report were things like financial literacy, like being able to get a credit card, understand interest. So it was,
in the
there was more,
post-secondary.
and that's why we really were leaning on our electives, because that type of work can really fall in there.
Oh, one clarification. Financial literacy would not be a soft skill. It would be a post-secondary readiness. Responses related to financial literacy where they could have been literally, our students need to be more financially literate, or they could have been more specific. Students should be able to write a balanced budget. They should be able to create a budget, track a budget. They should be able to manage a bank account. They should be able to know how much money they need to make to be able to break even every month. Those kinds of responses were specific to financial literacy, which is very much a soft, or it is not a soft skill, a post-secondary readiness skill. So what are the financial literacy areas that could help prepare students to be successful after high school? That's how it related. And just so you know, when I was going through and coding all of the responses, if someone gave just a general, financial literacy or something that was related to that area, they would get coded as both post-secondary readiness and mathematics, because it fits under that same area, unless they had, if they had multiple priorities, they only get 3. So each response only got a maximum of 3 categories that it fit within. So it really depended on if their responses were, mathematics based, numeracy, counting numbers, those kinds of responses, or then they would go to math if it was very specific to financial literacy skills that would make them successful after high school, that is very specific in their response to budgeting, managing a bank account, managing money. Those would be financial literacy or post-secondary readiness.
So I'd like to make us get back to like identifying the goals. If I sent everybody the Broward Schools link, because I think they have a really clear, manageable example that we can follow. And their first goal is early literacy proficiency. And I think under that, we can work with the suggestions we've made. The second goal is, theirs is algebra proficiency, but we can tailor it to math proficiency. And then they've got interim goals listed. But if we jump all the way, this is the one that I really like. If you jump all the way to the college and career readiness acceleration, the fourth goal, I like the way it's set up. I think it captures what Superintendent Elder and Chief of Schools Officer, Chief of Schools, Segura, were trying or are trying to accomplish with their suggestion. But the beauty, I think, I fell in love with this goal because in the interim goal, they use language like the percentage of minority students, and we can borrow that for the other goals. The percentage of Martinez Yazzie affected students, or anyway, I did want to draw your attention to this because I think it could make our work so much easier.
So what I was going to do at the very beginning was try to summarize what Board Member Gonzalez was talking about when you asked about like what goals. And it seemed to me that what I took, the summary I took from it was keep 1 and 2, keep student outcome 1 and 2, adapt 3 and 4, and what Board Member Gonzalez is asking is then, and to also add ESE, which would bring us to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I understand there's some discussion around ECE. Oh, I'm sorry.
SEL.
Social emotional.
Well, I think though that, right, but I think that the SEL, the social emotional that she's talking about can be adapted into one of those goals, into like outcome 3.
Into which
into outcome 3. I think a social emotional goal can be adapted into outcome 3. So that hits SEL because, correct me if I'm wrong, did you say SEET, SEET?
SEED, social,
SEED.
emotional, and academic development.
SEED that incorporates both soft skills and social emotional learning, correct?
And school climate.
And school climate. So SEED can be adapted into outcome 3 so that we're hitting that. And then I know that we're keeping so we have 2 proficiencies, we have a SEED, we have a post-secondary, and then there's a discussion around adding an ECE. Now, just as a clarification, Ashley, maybe this is for you. This is supposed to be for 5 years, right? So I think what Board Member Gonzalez is doing is maybe doing like a look ahead thing. This is for 5 years, and that over the course of 5 years, has the potential to grow. But I also am hearing that we don't have the data right now to be able to really incorporate that goal. So I'm trying to figure out both sides of this. I wonder if this is something that in a year, once the state figures out the funding, figures out this constitutional amendment, the right sizing has occurred, we know what the ECE is actually going to, or we have a better idea of what ECE is going to look like. Can we add a 5th goal in a year?
So yeah, so remember when you adopt, so the fewer goals that you adopt, the more focus you have. If a year from now, you have 3 goals, then that leaves it open for you to add at least 2 more goals as you all progress. So if, like for example, if you wanted to adopt a reading, math, and post-secondary goal, then you could add something that, so one, you could just adopt those goals, and then over the course of the next year, see what the state is going to do around their funding. And I may be mixed up on the different focus areas that you're talking about based on your face and confused.
What I'm proposing right now is reading proficiency, math proficiency, SEED goal. So adapting outcome number 3 to incorporate SEED. And then outcome number 4, which is post-secondary readiness. We already have it. There's just some discussion about adapting that. And then in a year, we relook at or revisit ECE once we have more data and have more the 80% what he can.
Got it. I got mixed up on between rewriting goal 3 and then going back and adding 4. So, or adding 5.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry. One more thing. So, but if we do that in order to honor the values that Board Member Gonzalez is bringing forward, we do kind of incorporate ECE as a guardrail in number 1, right?
Yeah.
Well, so you don't get to pick the guardrail, or you don't get to pick the interims. You don't get to pick the interims. Guardrails. Okay.
Vision of early childhood.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, so remember your student outcomes, the things that students know and are able to do, those are your goals. Your guardrails should be operational action or class of actions. How may you word, or so what may be a guardrail that's specific to operational action or class of actions around early childhood education? You should know I'm not going to make this easy for you.
Say that again.
Around
What's the question
operational?
again?
An operational action or class of action. So an adult outcome. What is an adult outcome? Or what is something that, so it's, your guardrails really shouldn't be student outcomes. Your guardrails really should be the operational things that the district does around those issues. So
I think Board Member Peterson touched on it, that the superintendent, she said it in the positive, but the superintendent will work to increase access to expansion of ECE.
So the superintendent would not,
So
cut or would not limit the
Expansion of
early childhood programming, I guess.
underserved families.
Mhm.
Do you have an idea?
we can certainly do that. What I heard from Member Peterson, which I support, which was really much more around allocation of resources and resource equity, which I think comes through loud and clear in the values that we heard expressed during the community conversations. So again, looking at other examples, Columbus City School has as a guardrail, the superintendent will not allow any region to be without strong learning communities, I'm sorry. If the superintendent would not allow any community to be without equitable learning opportunities or strong learning or whatever, like we could wordsmith that. But for me, I think the important thing is the equitable distribution of opportunity.
And that is, and so I want to be careful with this because I don't want to get us off of the goal conversation, but for the purpose of the guardrail conversation, I think definitely that is one that you should hold on to, because the highest trend that came back from your community values is around the equitable allocation of resources, or equitable access to and distribution of resources. So that means that whether it be race-based equity, ability-based equity, like there are a lot of different types of equity, and which is because there are a lot of different types of inequities. Focusing on equity as a whole is that is where you get into every student is going to be given the resources that they need to be successful in their time with APS and post-graduation. So yes, I just don't want us to go down that rabbit hole right now, because there's a lot of room for it in the guardrail conversation.
So how many goals are we at? 4?
I'm
right?
proposing 4.
And
to
say them.
kind of summarize.
You can put your suggestions.
So math, literacy, seed,
Can I just do a quick, let me just do a quick pulse here, because it's 8:25. Been here since 5. Do people just need a quick break? Do we need yes, I know superintendent's raising his hand and needs a break. So let's take at least 5 minutes to just sort of catch our breath, go take a break.
4th one, post-secondary.
I think that's a good idea.
Get our-
So we'll come back at 9:27, or I'm sorry, 8:27, 8:28 now.
8:28 for us, yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's kind of walked out the door, but we just need a quick break.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll see you all back in just a minute.
Seed and post-secondary.
Okay.
But I'm thinking, I'm liking, I like it. I'm too much for that.
and get people to come back. I think we still have a few, so.
I can't understand my notes, but yeah. Correct.
Card, does it take? Yeah. Oh, well.
All right, I only brought one Diet Coke, so
Just didn't even share today.
I mean, one Diet Pepsi.
What's that about?
Let me tell my age.
Whoa.
There's the aspect.
Okay, I think we have everybody back. So so maybe Ashley, you could help us kind of like summarize where we are. You know, it's 8:35. And so I know we've passed out peanuts.
Good. Well, so first of all, I want to thank everyone for their input and energy that they've brought to this conversation so far. This isn't supposed to be an easy conversation. It's not supposed to be an easy process. If it were, everybody would be doing it. But as we all know, the things that are most worth doing are very rarely the easiest things. So with that, I want to highlight kind of the things that have been put on the table right now. So you have a unanimous agreement so far that math and English language arts should be a primary focus of your goals. Additionally, there is an agreement around post-secondary readiness. The specifics about how to measure post-secondary readiness is still up for discussion, but you have identified this as an area that you would like to focus on. You have so those are, we're going to go ahead and just say those are the three overall focus areas that are going to be goals that you develop. So in addition to those student outcome areas to focus on, you also have on the table early childhood education, soft skills, and social and emotional well-being. This is, and all of those kind of encompass a broad range of things that could fall within them. So for the purpose of the conversation, let's move on and talk about these last three areas one at a time. So first, let me address. So let's put on the table SEL. So the first question that we generally want to ask when evaluating your goals is, how are you going to measure it? And so Board Member Gonzalez has actually brought forward a couple of ways that it could be measured. It is my understanding, and I would like a little bit of clarification since I'm not in the room and can't see everybody. I can see the board, or I can see Scott and Chanel. So, but I can't see you all at the same time. So I'd like just a little bit of clarification on what everyone's comfort level is with the measurements that have been proposed. And I want to be clear that because it's something that is unknown or that you're not completely comfortable with it, does not mean that it gets pushed off the table. It just means that it may require a little bit of further evaluation or additional discussion by the board. So one of the things that you as a board may choose to do is say, this is something that we definitely want to make a priority, but we need to do a little bit more work to define how exactly we're going to do that. And that is completely acceptable. That's completely acceptable for this area and the other areas that are currently on the table. So around the issue of SEL and specific to the measurements that have been proposed, and I was actually sitting here while you were taking your break, kind of doing a little looking up some of the frameworks that Board Member Gonzalez recommended, and I think, I mean, just from a cursory glance, they look like they could actually be really robust measures. But it's important that the board not adopt anything that you have that you don't have full clarity on, and so. Just to further the conversation, I would like to turn to Superintendent Elder and Dr. Segura and get their feedback on if you were to pursue making social and emotional health a priority, what are the ways that both including what has been put on the table or other ways that you may measure that goal? Scott?
Well, you've heard a number of rubrics and a number of tools tossed out today. The one we're familiar with is Panorama. We're learning more about the SEED assessment, which is a 43-item student self-report survey, good for middle and high schools. So we could definitely work something around that. I would have some questions in terms of, it's another assessment. When would it occur? How often would it occur? That sort of thing. And then what is the number we're trying to move? I guess we're going from 0 because we have nobody now. So this would be another 0 to something over the span of 5 years, picking some element of this assessment. Again, I don't have all the 43 questions in front of me, but I think we could write something along that. It would just need some significant wordsmith and then a sense of who would own that inside the district. So we'd have to figure that out as well. But I would prefer, if we're going to do an SEL, which I think we've already sort of started in a number of ways, it's doable with some answers and some time to really figure out a little bit the hows and wherefores. The soft skills, or we're just talking about SEL, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just at SEL, and then we'll come back to the others. But I think it'll be most efficient if we just address them one topic at a time. Okay, so moving on, let's go back to round robin and start with Board Member Dominguez.
Ashley,
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Udo wanted to say something, please.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I did want to share that there has been quite a bit of SEL work that's taken place within the district with many individuals across cross-departmentally as well. And so we've really tried to hone in and create a strong central group. But with that, they've come up with a draft of SEL standards and ICANN statements. So the work is taking place and it's just kind of coming together to refine what that would specifically look like. And I feel just a little uncomfortable determining or finalizing that tonight. Like, I don't want to be, there's a sense of urgency, absolutely, but I don't want to be rushed into putting something in place for the sake of it if it's not really thoroughly thought through, to make sure that we can do it and do it well. Mm-hmm. And so, and I don't want to dismiss any of the work that people have already started working on. Mm-hmm. I want to see how we can complement that or enhance that in a way that is clear, and so that we can put in those interim measures over time that make it easy to interpret.
Mm-hmm. Can I respond to that?
Yes. So I don't think we're expecting you to choose the tool tonight. or the framework, because those are both really complex deliberative processes. I think what's important is that we set a goal that says it is important for this district to focus on improving school climate and social emotional learning, or school climate and soft skills, whatever words we want to use. And my only point is that the best tools measure more than just the student skills. And I'm happy to share lots and lots of resources, because I did spend big chunk of my career working with districts and states on this. And there's lots of, like, we don't have to create any new wheels. So there's just a lot out there already.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Gonzalez. And I do want to be clear that you are expected to name your measure tonight. And so that's kind of what where I'm getting at. And when I say that the board must, if you're not super clear on what the language is that you'd like to move forward with, then the best thing to do is say, this is something that we want to create a priority around, but it needs a little bit more work. That doesn't mean that you put the entire process to halt. What it does mean is that you could potentially come back to it once the district has adopted it. And the great thing is that you're doing a lot of work around the strategic plan with Attuned. I'm sure that they probably have resources and ideas as well. You don't have to set the expectation that you don't adopt it for another year, but you can set your top priorities, and then you definitely shouldn't wait, past probably past March, because you do have work that is happening with Attuned, and in order to align things with the budget, in order to start aligning the strategic plan and doing all of that work, it's not going to happen overnight, but they should be able to start moving towards that pretty soon. So if you wanted to say, here's something that we would like to create another priority around, but acknowledge that it needs a little more work, you can absolutely do that. So on that, I just want to, and maybe you all can figure it out tonight. It's really just a matter of how you all want to proceed. So specifically around the conversation on SEL, making SEL a priority, how are you each individually feeling? And please try to keep it, we want, just for the sake of time, we're not in a super rush. I mean, you don't want to be here all night. So try to keep your responses kind of concise, but starting at the end with Josefina and working the way back towards Danielle, if you can just kind of give me your thoughts on making SEL a priority.
I'm in agreement that we absolutely need SEL as a priority, with all the very specifics that Board Member Danielle Gonzalez set forth.
Mm-hmm.
How's that for succinct?
Good job.
I appreciate it.
Vámonos.
I know. Ominous.
Okay, is that me? Yes, okay. So I do like SEL as well. Oh, I feel like I'm not going to answer your question. Darn it. But for me, and I know they could be one and the same, but SEL soft skill-ish, somewhere there. My biggest concern is that we don't, because I know we could have up to 5, but I think 5 is a whole lot. Personally, I'm comfortable with 3. I know. And I know I told you, I feel like I'm going back on what I've said before, because I want to see us as a district be successful. Like, I want us to make, like, I use your gasoline analogy, and I want us to be able to, get the momentum behind us and really have the outcomes we want, and then add more as needed. But that's where I'm at. SEL, soft skillish, if we can merge those two.
Is it me?
Yes,
Oh, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Reading it.
I would like us to adapt outcome 3, which deals with the graduate, which I think was a priority for you, administration. I'd like to adapt outcome 3 in a way that it addresses the graduate using the social, emotional, and academic development focus, because I think what the SEAD incorporates is what we have said we want our graduate to look like. Done.
I'm not opposed to SEL. I think it's important. I'm sort of in the middle because I, like with Crystal Tapia Romero, is also thinking about how we can be succinct. And I'm thinking that the high leverage student outcome number 4, the students in grades 11 and 12 who successfully complete, but that part of that completion or part of that readiness is also a demonstration of their SEL in there as well. That because I think we heard that that's part of what that post-secondary piece was, that they were also social, emotionally ready. But I understand the significance of it needing to kind of write up throughout school. So at the same time, I'm also thinking it needs to be really well written as part of a guardrail. So that's my thought.
So I'm good with, the ELA, I'm good with the math, so I'm good with those 2. I'm good with outcome 4 being post-secondary readiness, just fixing the language, obviously. I'm good with 3. I just think, just like we often do, we want to do so much and then we don't do anything really well. And I want to do this really well. And that's what we do with programs, and we keep adding programs, and then we're like, oh, well, this is improving, but which program helped to improve it? We don't know because we have so much. So I think we need to really focus on doing something, absolutely fabulous. And so if we're concentrating on ELA and we're concentrating on math and making sure our kids are ready for career, military, college, whatever, trades, whatever they want to do. And when I look at post-secondary readiness, it includes all of those soft skills, and it includes a lot of what social SEL is all about when I've looked at it. It talks about resiliency, and it talks about connections. It talks about feeling that you're part of something. And so I think that is part of post-secondary readiness. So I would go for those 3 so we could just do them really well.
So I'm glad that you pointed out, Board Member Gonzalez, the Foundations for Young Adult Success, because I think it really speaks to a lot of things. I strongly feel like we need a standalone SEL goal. And the reason is that we keep giving it lip service as being important and then mushing it into all sorts of things where we don't dedicate the resources. And if we don't, I hate to admit it, but the reality is if we don't assess it, we don't value it. And the only way we're
I'm like, say that again. That statement.
if we don't assess it, we don't value it. And consequently, everyone else puts it on the back burner. And I don't think we can afford to do that any longer. And it starts from preschool all the way to high school. And keeping it as something that only gets measured as an exit measurement will make us not focus on it. And I see schools really struggling right now to implement restorative practices. Yep. And they need resources. And unless we say that this work is critical and deserves a priority in the budget, it's not going to happen. So I think if we give the superintendent and chief of schools a grace period of a month to to sort of put in the specifics for which assessment is in best alignment with the work that's already being done. But I really feel like we need to walk out tonight saying there is a definite placeholder for an SEL goal, and we are going to come back within the month to solidify what that looks like with specifics.
Ditto to everything Barbara just said. And since I still have the floor, I will say, because there is confusion, there is a clear distinction between school climate and SEL, but not between SEL and soft skills or other things. And the difference is the school climate is the learning environment. It's what happens around the kids. It's what adults and school systems are responsible for. And there's also, and the reason I like the Foundation for Young Adult Success, again, is because it's embedded. It's not embedded in things like the CASEL framework, which are much more about individual skills. And there's some questionable research around the extent to which we as adults can influence individual skills and some racial bias embedded in there. So I think it's really important to think hand in hand, climate and SEL, and there are tools that can measure it. The other thing I would mention is we're talking about social and emotional learning, but learning is social and emotional. That is literally how the human brain works. That is the way that we take in information. And there's an explosion of research that shows that. So if we're not going to prioritize what the research base shows around how the human brain learns and how important physiologically that safe environment is, then we're doing a disservice to our ability to meet the math and reading goals.
Mm-hmm. Are we recording this, I hope?
Yes. Yes. So thank you all for that. Okay. So I think, so this is good information. Now we're going to move on to the next one. Early childhood education. Is this something that individually, how do you all feel about having a standalone goal for early childhood education? I want to inform this conversation with the reminder that you have to consider the level of authority that your superintendent has over that student outcome. So you know, if this is something that the board decides they would like to focus on, which is something that would be acceptable. I want to make that clear, because of the way that the state of New Mexico is structured, which is different from a lot of the other states that you have looked at information or like the example goals that they have. Because there is such a difference in the way that pre-K and that early childhood is funded and the programs around that, and in the state of New Mexico versus Ohio or Columbus, or I'm sorry, Ohio or Florida or even Texas, that is going to influence the way that you write the goal altogether. So let's go backwards now, starting with Danielle and working towards Josefina. How do you feel about early childhood education?
Well, I think I've made it clear how I feel about early childhood education. Being the one who put it on the table as a potential goal, I'm happy to pull that back based on this feedback and find ways for us to establish a guardrail that prioritizes equity, access, and whole child supports.
How many in agreement? Just
Ditto.
agreement.
We really don't need to do anything that resembles taking a vote. It's just so I want to keep y'all legal. But your feedback, whether it be yes or no, even if it's as simple as yes, we should make it a standalone goal, or no, we should not make it a standalone goal, is helpful.
All right, Barbara, you're okay. So at this point in time, I think it should be part of our guardrails for equitable access.
And I'm good with a no.
I agree with Board Member Gonzalez and also Board Member Peterson. I'm not sure if we're no.
Mine is a no. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think we table it for later.
Yeah.
And I'm also a no. With the
And
guardrail, whatever. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say, I'm for the guardrail. I believe the language needs to be what we discussed earlier. Superintendent will not limit expansion of early childhood to families, vulnerable families, or something like that.
Okay, y'all are getting ahead of yourself. You already have a fully realized guardrail. So, okay, final one, soft skills. Does it need to be a standalone goal, or should it be embedded with the social emotional focus or post-secondary focus? What do you all think?
Where you started.
Let's go back with Josefina and work our way back. Just keep going back and forth, back and forth.
I think I'm comfortable including the soft skills under a post-secondary goal.
They break it down.
I said, I'm comfortable.
Order pizza. Already. Okay.
I'm comfortable rolling in the soft skill element or topic under the post-secondary high leverage student outcome number 4 that we've talked about already. And wordsmithing it to look like Broward County's blah, 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 their website. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm repeating my first statement from earlier, where I like soft skills, but integrated with SEL under that whole SEED framework, right? That's it.
I agree with Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yeah, I'm not sure that soft skills is something that is separated out of social emotional pieces for me either. I think it is part of that. Mhm.
Naturally falls.
Mhm. It does. Mhm.
And I mean, I think it's part of post-secondary. That's what I think. So,
And it can be both.
Mhm. It's really a
I mean, the
developmental
question
skill.
is more like, when we're writing this or rewriting this, Ashley, where would it like honestly work best when you're talking about, I know we said that outcome 4 would have to be rewritten and, stressing that it's secondary readiness, but the way I know we all liked this CTE and JROTC and dual credit, that those were important, but how successfully completed, it's like kind of not very clear. So I don't even know how that's going to be rewritten and how we could include soft skills in there, or
Well,
if it's best to include it in the number 3.
So some of a lot of those areas inherently build soft skills, fine arts, that, fine arts, GROTC, like a lot of it is embedded within it. You learn soft skills within all of those areas. Remember, soft skills are the functions that help you be a more high functioning adult. Executive function, your ability to collaborate as a team or as a member of a team. I have a book that's this thick that talks about all of the different types of soft skills that exist in the 21st century workplace. But they are inherently embedded in the items that they have listed under the post-secondary readiness. Also, SEL is very much a soft skill. So it could, when I say that it could be both, it literally, it's not that it can be both, it is both.
I mean, so it'd be best to leave it up to the experts over there who would know where they could put it in. I mean, I just think about all of those and how much I learned when I was in drama and, when I was in student government and when I was on a dance team and all of those, all those soft skills are all things that we learn. And those are just things that I think a really good teacher just naturally teaches. Also starting from the lowest levels. So I think it's just all in there. A good teacher is going to teach all these soft skills as well. They're going to find out what the kids are really good at. I mean, I teach kindergarten. It's like, oh my God, she's the best, she's the best artist. Like you just do all of that, I think. So I think you guys are going to have to make that decision. I think it should be in the post-secondary, but.
Yeah, just from our perspective, we just kind of like to see the language dropped and just do post-secondary readiness. I think with that said, some of this Broward County stuff is fine. They do 2 courses to match completion, which is fine. We adopted it. Actually, it was either Broward or Austin that helped us with this particular goal. So we were in agreement with the language. We did try to adapt it to, like, for example, the bilingual seal. Is something that we included. We did include fine arts. We didn't, because for some of our students, that's an interest. And we included ROTC because for a lot of our students, that's an important course. We tried to find courses. Again, like I said earlier, we're totally agreement. I think dance team and speech and debate and all those things have a place. We just can't measure it. It's not as simple as following course completion.
What about participation?
It's just not as easy. It would require, I mean, it's not impossible, I suppose, but it's a different, where that's encapsulated is kept in a different system than these other the courses are kept. So it required merging of a lot of systems. We can look into it, but that's the reason we didn't do it initially was simply we liked the idea of giving kids options. The kids talked about the like of options. They liked the idea of it not being all academic, although these are academic courses, I would argue, but they're also geared towards something afterwards. So I think you're right that the soft skills are picked up. I think being part of a team, learning to work with others, obviously those are skills. When we could sit here and debate what a soft skill is, I think all night. So I think it's sort of caught.
Remember, the question on the floor is, do you want to have a standalone soft skill goal? It is definitely embedded in these other 2 areas and in post-secondary and SEL. The question on the floor is, do you want to have a soft skill goal?
Can I change my vote?
Yes.
No, this is Crystal. I'm going to say no.
Me too.
But we're not voting, but yes, you can change your response.
I would rather not.
This is Barbara. We do not need it.
Thank you.
This is Danielle. We don't need a standalone because it is the same as SEL.
Great. Thank you all so much. All right. We have 4 priorities that have been identified. We're still kind of loose on the SEL, but that let's not worry about that right now. Let's focus on post-secondary readiness. So what I'm hearing is that you definitely want to make post-secondary readiness a priority. So the question I want to put on the floor is so if you want to increase the number of students who are identified as being ready for whatever their next phase in life is, how will you measure that? And so what the administration has put on the table is completion in a number of different courses, whether it be CTE. I think there was a CTE coherence sequence, foreign language, fine arts, academics. I don't have it in front. I've got multiple screens up, so I'm getting it there. CTE coherent sequence, JROTC, dual credit, foreign language, or athletics, fine arts, or visual arts sequence. What I would like to understand is, so let's start with the first part of this. And this is where we're going to get into the wordsmithing. So the percent of students in grade 11 or 12 who successfully completes a third or fourth course in a non-course subject on an approved list. Is there anyone so far who is up until that that first semicolon? Is there anyone who is in disagreement with that language or would like to see a change to that language?
So I have a question on that.
Okay.
Are we saying 11 and 12 because it's too broad if we say 9th through 12th, or why is it only those two grades? Because I know we could do dual credit. We could do a lot of those in 9th and 10th.
It says it
Because they
currently
couldn't
stands,
have.
we had 3 years.
Yeah, because they couldn't have had 3 courses in 9th grade.
Okay, so can we say 10th, 11th, 12th? Or is that too broad again?
Still would not be able to get to that.
They wouldn't be able to get the 3rd class.
Is there sequential?
Ah, okay, that was it. Thank you.
So
Yeah, Howard
That's
County.
that's a great question, and thank you for asking for that clarification. Scott, you're about to add something?
Just that one of the suggestions that Broward had suggested 2 courses. So that's the reason we done with the 3 was the CTE completer, but that was just because the CTE does that. We could look, a lot of kids, that 2 classes of a foreign language is great for getting them prepared for college, and that's it. So we could look at that as well. I mean, the 3-2 thing was sort of debated back and forth. We're happy to make an adjustment based on that.
Doesn't that also occur for some of our students that are in CTE, that they don't necessarily get to the 4th or to the 3rd?
We
Yeah.
were concerned about CTE, and many times there just aren't enough kids
Right.
by the time they get to that 3rd year to make a 3rd year class, or the school just doesn't have the ability to provide a 3rd year course. And so that's when they start looking at maybe a CNM if they can get in. But what we're having a hard time with CNM, it's not any lack of effort on their part. They are fabulous partners, but they are full.
And I think in support of possibly shifting it to a 2nd or 3rd course, because then we, in the high school, we start having to really focus in our sequence of courses, which eliminates more of the singleton electives. So tough decisions need to be made as far as FTE and who's teaching those. And then it gets into prep periods and all of that stuff. So I think maybe looking at that, changing it to 2nd or 3rd.
And then I don't know why it's not there, but we really would like to see the bilingual seal added on that. I don't know if that was just a
is,
paste and cut mistake, but it should be in there.
so is there so really, that first colon, that first semicolon is a colon because it starts to introduce this list. Is that correct?
Good job, AP.
Yes.
So yes, and I'd love to see the bilingual seal added.
I like I don't want to limit us to like what it is, because I think the district could make some determinations on that, because the other part on readiness for this, also the difference it makes for a student is an opportunity for mentorship, work-based learning, and an internship. So, and if they have the opportunity for that, that also makes a huge difference.
So the question on the table is just up until the colon, which I've updated, just until the colon. So we're not going to get into all of the specifics on the what is listed yet, but just up until the colon. Does anyone have would they like to add to the conversation, or do they have any desire to do anything different? I think Peggy has her hand raised.
I just have a question. So they can complete, we're going to change it to a 2nd or 3rd course from 3rd or 4th. So and then we're just going to not have that list, correct? So that the
we're not talking about the list yet. We're gonna get to that, but just
My question is, so they can take 2 or 3 courses. Now, do they all, the 2 or 3 courses all have to be in fine arts, all have to be in visual, all have to be, and so
We think
I can see that that maybe isn't specific here, that maybe somebody can say, oh, I'll take one dual credit course and I'll take, one fine arts course and one visual arts. And so I personally don't think that that's specific. That's how I understood it. But I think maybe that needs to be made more specific.
so we just made the adjustment over here to make it a minimum of 2 consecutive courses.
Okay, so you read my mind.
Well, because we changed the language a little bit. So,
Mhm,
that's
a little bit.
not clear anymore. So
Okay.
before, it had to be 3 consecutive. Now it's 2,
Two.
minimum of 2 consecutive courses and a non-course subject from an approved list.
So I have a couple of questions. How many electives can a student fit into their schedule each year?
Each
Well,
year?
each year it's dependent, usually 2 to 3.
Okay. Okay, so that's sort of like, because one thing is, I think this reflects on what happens in middle school in terms of students having exposure to a lot of different things. So by the time they get to high school, they already have some idea in their mind of what their interest is. Another thing that crossed my mind is ethnic studies, for instance. Some schools don't offer more than 2 ethnic study options, which is a whole nother conversation, but making sure that they have that pathway forward. And so that brings up my final question or point is, if there's a student who sort of bounced around some, really trying to figure out where their interest is, do we want anything in this that, you talked about the Next Step program, Next Step plan. Do we want to add anything in here, or either instead of or in addition to, about the development of the Next Step plan?
Board member Peterson and members of the board, I feel strongly that third goal or the third outcome has a lot and everything to do with that next step planning, to ensure that kids don't fall through the cracks and that they are being counseled on what their options are as far as these courses
Okay.
to become a completer and what that entails.
Okay. With that clarification, I'm fine with up to the colon.
Mhm.
anyone else, would anyone else like to provide input just on up to the colon?
Yes. So it starts with the percent of students in grade 11 or 12. And is it supposed to say increase the percentage of students in grades 11 and 12? Or what's the goal?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it would be to increase
Specific.
the percentage.
Okay.
Or if the percentage is fabulous, because we don't have this data, then maybe maintained, but at this point it would be increased.
Okay. Then with that change, because my second question was going to be, where do we currently stand? Or what's your guess of where we currently stand? But if we don't have it,
They're working on it.
okay. So increase the percentage of students in grade 11 or 12.
And what about specifics around successfully complete? Do we need, or is that? I'm asking the rest of you. Is that sufficient? Is specific enough?
Versus unsuccessfully?
No, like what does that mean?
Well, I wonder if successfully if that's determined by them.
I think we would
Yes.
have a hard time rating a child who took 2 CT courses and failed them both and say, okay, we've made our goal. I think when you say successfully, you mean that they passed.
They pass.
On the way Broward worded it is that they actually earned, so.
Credit.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Earned credit.
So the percent of graduates who earned any combination is what they have in Broward. So maybe it's just, instead of just being vague, of successfully just earned.
Who earned.
So the one of the things that so remember, when the board stops writing, the superintendent starts interpreting. So if you leave the language successfully completes, then that is going to leave what is successful up to the judgment of the superintendent, which I think that the response that he just gave is absolutely sufficient. I just want you to get into the mindset of thinking of having very clearly articulated goals. So it's the board's decision whether you use the successfully completes terminology or who earns. And if you use the earned terminology, what would they be earning?
Credits.
So the way we have it written over here at the moment, and it's looking pretty sloppy. Increase the percentage of students in grade 11 or 12 who earned credit in a minimum of 2 consecutive courses in a non-course subject from an approved list.
Yeah, course credit. I think that sounds good.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good.
And so next question, what happens with that list? Does the board approve that list? Who decides what the list is? And how often or can the list be updated?
Well, I absolutely feel that the list is kind of a work in progress as things shift throughout our state and priorities shift. We've seen that quite a bit. We have to have the flexibility to say, oh, well, this is a new maybe pathway that we're creating in these schools that we want to allow our kids to be able to participate in. So we would add those to the list. I don't want to hold us into a list that is limiting for our students to be able to access. Good answer.
And I could see this needing to be adjusted a little bit, because if we're going to include bilingual seal, which is something people are very keen on, we're gonna have to change that language a little bit, because it's not 2 courses in a bilingual seal.
Right.
I could see, there's a big push now for CTE. What if somebody actually funds a way to get us industry certificate that our kids can take advantage of? I would want to add it to this list too. So I think it's going to be up for review, say annually.
I'm fine with that. I do think it needs to be aligned to actual post-secondary success. And I think the vast majority of what's on here does. I have questions about athletic courses. I heard your explanation. It engages students, but I don't know that it actually prepares them for post-secondary success. So I'm fine with that, but I think further discussion needed.
Athletic coaches.
Okay.
Well, they can get scholarships to go to college.
It's admittedly very small amount, but the idea is that.
But the quality of those classes.
Again, the idea is that it keeps them in school, keeps them engaged, and keeps them engaged in their other classes.
I think we want to encourage the student athlete.
Yeah.
That's
So engagement is a social and emotional and school climate measure. So again, like if the purpose of an athletic class, if the purpose of putting kids in a football class is to keep them engaged, that's school climate. I have seen these athletic classes. I don't think they actually prepare kids for post-secondary success. I took basketball at Valley as a class.
And look at where you
Look
are
at me now. WNBA.
and you didn't learn about short muscle, long muscle, and well,
If you
didn't learn about
again, will
nutrition.
the board
Okay.
just take it out? I'll take it out.
No,
I would keep it in.
I'd keep it in.
Made my daughter take a not physical therapy, but human anatomy, because she was doing the athletic one.
I just need evidence base. Like, I'm happy with things that have an evidence base for actually improving post-secondary readiness.
I will get on that.
Who wants that?
Here. Right.
And
Well,
now
now
we're
we're discussing.
I'm excited about it because, not because of the athletic class, but I'm just excited about this particular measure because I think as a board, we'll be able to see kind of like how our students fall into that, what kinds of things they're participating in, I think would be really helpful to know. Because I think it'll also help us to understand, if there are gaps, and especially if we look at the Martinez-Yazzie subgroup in terms of that, are they engaged in these kinds of things or are they not? And if they're not, what's the gap and why are they not doing that? So I like the measure. I think it's fine at the end of the colon and it's planned, and giving you, the district, the flexibility to look at that, because I agree with you, Dr. Segura, especially with things that are happening around career pathway planning and development. I know school districts are up against it in terms of what kind of partners you can come in and get into to support those industry recognized certificates and that training. So, and yeah, I think it'll be great.
Superintendent Elder and I were just speaking to kind of address what board member Tapio Romero brought up regarding grades 11 and 12. If we could strike that and just increase the percentage of high school students, because there are some students who have maybe in 10th grade already completed 2 of the courses.
Percentage of high
like that.
school students.
So can you read it again?
Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna send this to you again before you approve it final draft next week, because it's just getting so complex, but increase the percentage of high school students who earn credit in a minimum of 2 sequential courses in a non-course subject from an approved list,
Period.
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 Punto.
All right. I want to ask one more time. And I know we got some response, but on their approved list. So clearly it's something you want to have flexibility on. How much flexibility does the board want to provide? Can that list be updated throughout the year? Should it be updated annually in August or in June, or what are the terms that that surround this list? Or do you feel comfortable leaving it up to the discretion of the superintendent, which, as it's written right now, leaves full discretion to the superintendent and thusly his team?
Can I comment? My thought on this is, because we're going to have a progress monitoring report, I personally would be uncomfortable if that report was changing whenever. So I would prefer if the list needed to be updated, it was not updated. It was only updated yearly, just based on how we're going to be monitoring.
I like that.
I'm okay with that, but I do want to reiterate that it needs to be evidence-based for supporting kids in post-secondary success, because we know which kids get shunted into the low quality electives or pathways that don't lead to living wages, or all of those things. And so I just want to make sure that we're actually creating pathways that contribute to living wages, especially for kids of color and low-income kids. I've said my concern about athletic. I don't think it's rigorous. I don't think it leads to post-secondary readiness, but what is this based on? Is this just based on word of mouth that kids tell us that it keeps them engaged in school, and so they go on to do better in post-secondary, or is there evidence behind these things? And I would like to hold the district to a standard of quality.
So I think initially this was a way for the administration to address SEL, right? or soft
This is
skills.
post-secondary readiness.
Soft skills. I mean, but it was one way to, I take your point. I think you're making an important point. So,
Well, here's my feedback in terms of the athletic side of it, because I do see that they have to have a certain GPA to continue to play and be on sports. Additionally, they are able to receive scholarships to continue on and play in college. I even think of even my husband, he received a scholarship to play baseball at UNM based on his performance in athletics in high school.
Right.
So
Can I offer maybe a suggestion to that long scribble of line that you guys have? Is maybe this would help address these issues if we said something to the effect of an approved evidence-based list, or add some sort of phrase that addresses the need to, and it's not to say that, like, if we're talking about athletics, it's not to say that athletics doesn't have evidence with it, but I think what we're saying is we would just like to see what that is.
And what is the evidence demonstrating that it's post-secondary readiness?
Yes. But again, like, you guys are the experts on that. So if we're saying that this is a post-secondary readiness outcome that's important to us, then, and you are telling us that athletics is part of that post-secondary readiness, then I guess then the ask back to you is, that's fine. Can you just show us what that is?
More subjects.
Does that help?
I don't need you to show me because I know it does, so I don't really need that. I don't personally need that word in there.
evidence-based approved list, is that what you?
An evidence-based approved list.
yeah, and I'm good with keeping athletics in there as well.
Well,
I'm not saying take anything out. I'm just saying, like, if we're going to,
You have to prove it. They have to
Just prove
prove
it.
it though, Crystal, they have to prove it for it to be on the list, that it is helping with post-secondary readiness. Well, we say it, we.
no, and I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying, like, if the goal is post-secondary readiness and we are trying to hold the superintendent accountable, then this just adds that accountability. And it's, again, it's up to them as the experts to tell us what that is. Scott right now could probably tell us how he feels that athletics is post-secondary readiness. And go.
I just make the distinction between athletics as an extracurricular and athletics, the course. So having kids take a third or fourth course in athletics, like, I have some reservations around incentivizing that because of equity issues. So is there evidence that having kids take 3 or 4 course sequence in athletics leads to post-secondary success? Okay. But I know in practice oftentimes which kids take those classes as electives because they're easy, because they're not aligned to rigor or standards or whatever. It's not about the example you gave, which I already forgot because it's after 9:30, but that's the point. And so I just wanted to draw that distinction. I'm not talking about extracurricular.
I agree with you on that too, because what I've seen is that you do have students, and it does a great job of engaging them in their, and staying in school, making their grades, but it doesn't necessarily prepare them for the next step around a job. It may prepare them as an athlete and potentially, get into school, but I agree, there's really nothing that's tied to the career side of it, that side that just sort of leads them to that. I mean, when I think of post-secondary readiness too, I mean, I'm thinking of like industry recognized credentials, dual credit, AP, the rigor, the things that demonstrate that those are, and I mean, the bilingual seal is absolutely wonderful because it definitely prepares them in a lot of ways. We've seen that the CTE definitely prepares them. I still have some concerns about some of our CTE because I don't necessarily agree with, it tends to be very vocational, and some of the students that they bring in, there's not a lot of rigor sometimes. And so you do have students that are very marginalized. I feel like that they get some good skills in there, but I'm not sure that it really, that there's a lot of rigor in some of our CTE. That's just me, but.
And there's a chance that this might prompt the athletics department to really beef up, so like athletic trainers, right? They learn something about anatomy. But that's one example.
There's a number of examples of courses in athletics. I would probably agree that just a sports class, just basketball class, probably is not going to meet the standard that Board Member Gonzalez is asking for. Athletic trainer, some of the health classes, even I'd say some of the weight training, not necessarily that it's preparing them for wild post-academic success, but it gets them interested in health. And I'm going to speak, since we're all speaking from personal experience, I'll go ahead and speak from it, that I've seen it work for kids. My son got involved in weight training, and it really helped him understand that having a healthy lifestyle, and it helped him when he went to college. And that's anecdotal, but I think that you're right, that probably just rolling the ball out is not necessarily what we're looking for here. That's not necessarily what I was thinking. So we'll go back and redefine it, or we'll bring in evidence and we'll go from there. I think I understand what the majority of you would like, so.
All right. So I've really appreciated this conversation. You all just developed a fully formed goal. Like this is definitely something to be celebrated. The reason I ask these very specific questions of you is to get you into thinking about what could come down the road if and this athletics example on the list is a great it is a great depiction of how this can play out in real life. And when I say that, when the board stops writing and the superintendent starts interpreting, this is exactly what I'm speaking to. If you want to be super clear about what the expectations are, you need to put it in writing. So if the expectation is that this list be decided based on empirical data, then that is something that that you need to outline. Whether you say, non-core subjects on an approved list presented to the board once per year based on that is evidence-based, or if you want to get that specific, then you can get that specific. If you want to get broad, just understand that with that breadth, you are giving up a specific level of expectations. So with that, does everyone feel comfortable with the goal as it was last stated? And does anyone need to hear it one more time before moving on?
No.
Right. No.
Fine. No, we don't need to hear it, and just, I approve it.
Let's move on.
Okay, great. So we've got,
Last stated what you read around the presented to the board once per year and evidence-based, or what Courtney?
the last one that the superintendent read.
No, I would like the presented once a year and evidence-based.
Okay. Is anyone in disagreement?
I mean, I already said I was good without the evidence-based, because then you guys are going to have to show evidence-based for visual arts classes. You're going to have to show evidence-based for fine arts. You're going to have to show all of that as well. So, I mean, when you think about that, I'm just
Not giving up.
And they link it.
so, I mean, I just want to know what you think, Superintendent and Dr. Segura.
Well, I mean,
Honestly,
are we going to have to represent? Obviously, we're going to present once, And after that, whatever's on's on. It's only when we try to add new
Oh.
things that it has to be evidence-based.
Yeah,
We're not coming back every year.
redefending.
Right, or removing something if a student's already jumped in and started one path. We shouldn't be telling them, no, that didn't count, start over again.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think only
changing
when
the
you want to add.
goalpost.
And that's exactly what I was looking for. So when you change the expectations that you have for the superintendent, you're creating conditions for expectations to be changed for students across the district. What happens in the boardroom could be seen in the classroom, and this is exact representation of that mindset. So with that, is there anything else that anyone would like to add before we move on?
What do we have? What is the current?
Did we? The evidence?
What is
Just
the goal?
What I have is increase the percentage of high school students who earn credit in a minimum of 2 sequential courses in a non-core subject from an approved evidence-based list. The list may be updated annually.
I
Get into
like it.
trouble. Why are you gonna get in trouble? Fine arts.
I like it.
I don't like that last
You're
statement.
not-
I just don't like that evidence. I just don't like it. I'm just too worried about the kids like my daughter who was, fine arts kept. I just really am concerned.
Is there evidence for that?
Yes. There's a whole commission on arts and education.
Okay, but so I looked up an article about that and they, what they said was that in the end, no, it's more SEL, that it really didn't impact academics, but that SEL was equally important. And I can try to, I think I talked to somebody about this.
Yeah, I think
It's
it was
very
in
much
one of those
SEL
Ed Week.
What's that?
I think it was in one of the Ed Week.
Education Week. Because I was looking I wanted it to have an impact, but I think in the end, the argument was it doesn't matter because it has a positive impact on students wanting to go to school and an emotional, has a valuable emotional result,
Which I guess
which is what athletics.
is the evidence that it helps with post-secondary education. I mean, this is a post-secondary education goal.
Right, but
Right, and
it did
so-
not- well, you can make the same argument for athletics.
And I'm not making an argument either way. I'm just saying that evidence doesn't necessarily have to be increase in academics. Because we've also talked about that this is also the area where we're incorporating soft skills. So if the evidence is that it benefits the soft skills that we've talked about, to me, that's evidence as well.
Okay.
And,
Just as long as
yeah,
we're clear.
And I took it as evidence-based was academic when we were saying that. So maybe now with you clarifying that that's not necessarily.
I think if we're going to change the list, what I'm saying is show me the evidence why. Tell me why. How does this help? If this is a post-secondary education goal, tell me, you expert, I am certainly not the expert, you expert, tell me how this helps with post-secondary readiness. Does it increase their ability to deal with adversity? Does it help with their academics? Does it help set them up for success for going into a trade? You are the experts. I am not. Just show me the evidence once a year when you want to add something to the list, is what I am saying.
That's what we understand.
I agree with that.
And so I would say, so you're talking about a lot of these athletic classes, like it's just basketball, and I know people who took that. So how would a course like that not prepare you to, you decide you want to coach
Well, that
some
could be,
students?
it
You
could
know,
be,
it could get you ready for post-secondary readiness, but we're saying if there is no evidence to show that, I mean, I think a class like that would help get you ready to be a coach or whatever.
well, what I see that connected to, if that is the student's identified career pathway that they've identified for themselves.
But would,
So if an identified pathway for them is around, human anatomy or coaching or athletics, then yes, it would be.
Or
But how are you proving, what
I
mean,
think, yeah, I think Board Member Gonzalez, the way I interpreted your point was around rigor.
Mhm.
And so
Well, it's the
that's
same
what
point
comes.
that Board Member Montoya Cordova is making about if that's their chosen career path. For what I'm hearing from the superintendent and what I know to be true and what the evidence also shows is that it is great for engagement. And that's good. But if this is our post-secondary readiness goal, what are we incentivizing and what are we wanting the district to do to improve post-secondary readiness? And again, my point is around avoiding pathways that are dead ends for our kids.
So would we then focus on a minimum of 2 AP, IB, dual credit, CTE, fine arts, foreign language pathway classes?
I didn't catch all of it, but I like it.
That's
Well,
following like
and
Broward.
industry certification, would we include
Well, I
stuff?
think, absolutely. I worry about, I don't know if students they have to take more than 2, I believe,
To get,
the sequential courses to get a certification. So, and that is usually through a dual credit program.
okay. Internships,
But it would be
like
sequential. classes,
sequential, yeah.
2 sequential
And
internships.
it falls again to dual credit.
I
think.
guess I would just like for us to really hone in to make it very clear and focused, so it's not that free for all, because
Mhm.
as we collect this data and monitor progress,
Mhm.
we need to be very clear about what is the goal, and if it's post-secondary and you all are determining what we want to include, I feel like we don't have established career pathways in all of these schools. We just don't. That is a great goal to have. It takes time, money, effort, resources. But until we have that,
Yeah.
we could be inclusive of career technical education, fine arts, and foreign language courses.
What about AP?
Well, inclusive
Yeah.
AP, IB, dual credit,
Yeah.
CTE, fine arts, and foreign language classes.
So you're taking out JROTC and athletics.
I think we need to continue with JROTC. I'm personal on that. That's for just the leadership skills. Some, and I know that for some kids, that's an option. ROTC is not designed to lure kids into the military. It's designed to build leadership skills, build responsibility. But there are some kids who take it and they do follow that path, and that needs to be measured.
So athletics is out though.
I think under these conditions, honestly, when it first began, I think it was sort of when we first built this goal, yes, it had some post-secondary readiness elements to it, but we also had student engagement, student interest. And again, that was trying to capture that student voice. At this point, I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to be able to defend it in the conditions that are being established. If I go and look and discover that I can, then we will bring it back and review it annually and re-add it.
And do we need to add like numbers to this increase?
So again, we don't have numbers.
Okay, okay.
One question is, I do believe that for any number of teams, those students are expected to take that class in order to be on the team. I do believe. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but I think it has been. So then the issue is, do they still have the flexibility? I mean, this shouldn't, I understand the concern about rigor. I'm not arguing with that, but I also don't want to set it up where students end up not being able to be on an athletic team because they have to meet this requirement.
They don't have to, I don't think we're aiming at 100% of kids trying to force kids to
Right.
meet this requirement.
We just want to increase.
No, I
Okay.
think if it becomes a problem, then we have
Uh-huh.
to revisit that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all for just being so deliberate around this conversation. I feel like we're at a place where we can move on. Is that the feeling of everyone on the dais? Just head nods are good. Okay.
Except that with goal 1 and 2, we don't have.
That's where we're going next. So this post-secondary readiness goal, I want to make sure that we're good on that. Now let's go back to goals 1 and 2. I'm going to talk about these in as a group, even though they're 2 very separate goals. You're going to have very separate expectations around them. But I feel comfortable having the conversation about them both together, in that they're pretty consistent. I think I've not actually seen a district that doesn't have not necessarily 3rd grade English, but an English goal and a math goal. Early literacy tends to be the predominant English goal. Middle years math tends to be the predominant mathematics goal. I think that so unless anyone has any objection to focusing on those areas, then I'd like to move to the specific part of the students, the student populations that these goals are focused on. Do you have any questions about 3rd grade or 8th grade?
No.
Okay. So one of the things that has been put out there is that you have the expectation that when the interim goals are brought forward, that they be around the Yazzie Martinez student groups. I want to reiterate one more time that the board does not get to pick the interim goals. The superintendent picks the interim goals. And while you've heard the superintendent say that these are the interim goals that I really think we should focus on, it behooves the question, does the board want to get very specific around the main goals, these 2 main goals of English and math, that they be focused on those Yazzie Martinez student groups and with the addition of the African American student group? Or do you feel good keeping it broad with the understanding that the interim goals may not be specific to Yazzie Martinez?
So can I ask then, would the goal read something like, could a potential goal read something like, increase the percentage of Yazzie Martinez and African-American 3rd grade students scoring proficient or above in ELA?
Yep.
Then I like that. I like that.
And additionally, so this is important clearly for the English language arts vision that your community brought forward. But one of the other things that came forward from your community was around cultural competency. Students need to be culturally competent. By focusing in on student groups, it's not necessarily adding cultural competency to their skills and their abilities, but you are highlighting what is who the students are that need to change around very specific cultural indicators. And that's multiple, I'm talking about multiple types of cultures. So it could be argued that some of the strategies in order to that would have to be implemented around these goals are going to require some level of cultural specific or culturally relevant pedagogy. That they may choose not to do that, they may choose to do that, but it's just a thing to note. So how does everyone feel about these, about making them specific? Thank you, Danielle, for sharing. What do y'all think?
I'm not for it. We're here to educate like all of our kids and increasing proficiency for every child. APS is not just here just for the Yazzie Martinez kids. I know we're doing everything we can to work for those kids. So that is just not something that I will ever, I just won't go for it. I just think that is just racist, for heaven's sakes. I just won't, and I'm talking as a person of color. So I just cannot believe that we would ever do something like that and exclude so many of our kids. So I can't, I just can't, Ashley. And the other thing on this goal also, when we are talking about, we're talking about all students from kindergarten to 12th grade, just so that I could ask this question right away, as measured by the NMSSA. So that's only given to certain grade levels, correct?
That is correct. Third.
So then we're not going to be making sure that every student is proficient if we don't include is it iStation that measures it? So I mean, I think that would be something that we'd have to add there probably as well, right? Because we're not going to be able to measure all of our students on that because everyone doesn't take that test.
Isn't that an output though?
For the third grade students?
For the third grade, well, I'm talking about when you're looking at increasing the percentage of students and we're not being specific about it being third grade, where it's just increasing the percentage of students. Now, I wanted it to.
The difference in the documents.
Yeah.
Oh,
This one says third grade.
Third grade, so does
and the
mine.
email document that was the end of Ashley's doesn't.
Okay, so
so I'm
Well,
talking about that.
We're working off the one that they gave us today on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yep, I kept everything very high level and what I had provided you with,
Okay.
because this is the students that you focus on must be, so it's important to be informed by the superintendent, but it has to be a decision by the board.
Okay, so we're just talking about third grade students.
Yes.
Well, I'm not for that either. I mean, I just having been a third grade teacher, having been a kindergarten teacher, first grade, second grade teacher, when you're just talking about waiting till the kids get to third grade, I taught third grade and I had third graders who came in reading at a kindergarten level. And so it's so difficult. So if you catch them when they're much younger, it's so much easier to catch them up than when I had third graders and I had to get them to the end of fourth grade reading and they're reading at a kindergarten level. I wouldn't expect the greatest teacher to be able to do that, to be able to get them through, kindergarten, first, second, and third. And so I think when we're waiting until that, we're just waiting way too long.
No, but I think the whole purpose of this, though, is that this is the end goal. I mean, it doesn't mean that we're only teaching third graders. We're teaching all of them so that when they come to third grade, they are ready. I agree with Board Member Gonzalez on the focus, only because if you look at the numbers on this, it's blaring. And that's where I know I have said this many times, that even in just my district, if we turned that around, we turn the ship around, because that's the group that is struggling the most. So I just want to say, it's not that we're not teaching everybody else, we're preparing them all up so that by the time we get to that third grade, proficiency exam or whatever we're doing here, that hopefully every third grade teacher has a student that's coming in and has already received quite a bit of, of assistance. So it's not just the third graders.
So the argument in favor of that is, and Board Member Aragon, just so you understand, we would have interim goals. And we would have, some of those interim goals would have to deal with students in first grade,
Mhm.
and students in second grade. We just can't use the MASA because they don't have.
They don't take it.
We'd have to use our interim assessments to
Right.
show progress for those students. So that would, how we would address that. We would not only be teaching or only focusing on the subgroups. There's a good argument to be made that if we improve instruction for those who are struggling, those who are not benefit as well. If the instruction's better, then it's better for everybody. And that's why when some districts look at this, they focus solely on subgroups and they work because that's where their biggest disparity is. And so that would be an argument. We had looked at it differently and had laid out, that everyone, and then we would use the subgroups as our focus, our interim goals. But just so you know, their interim goals will exist that deal with the younger grades. So it's not just going to fall upon any specific grade level to suddenly say, oh, by the way, now you get to read. That would be a process and measured. We're going to have to do a better job with our interim assessment and understand that it has a real purpose now in terms of preparing students to meet that standard.
So could we just add, so especially among lowest scoring student groups? Is that?
Well,
Needs to be specific.
I love you, girl. You know I do. However, I'm gonna have to disagree. I would prefer that we keep the outcome broad generally, and then hit the specificity in the interim goals. The reason being, again, being here to represent what I hear is there's a perception that some students are not receiving the same benefit or resources based on the opposite of being high performing or being in a different district. And so I think where I don't disagree that the achievement gap definitely needs to be closed. And I think that can be done in the interim goal. But if we are presenting this to the community, I think we need to send a signal to the community that all of our third graders are important. And then in the interim goals, this is where we can address the very specific Yazzie Martinez subgroups that are obviously needing more support. But if we can address those in the interim goals and those are increased, then what that's going to do is naturally increase the overall goal. And so I prefer, and I like the way it was written originally. The only thing that I would add is specific numbers as to like increase from 19.6 to, I don't know, whatever we decide. And one thing that I did write down from 12 hours ago when we started this process, that we don't have a trend line, that we couldn't develop a trend line. And one thing I wrote down was, I don't think we need to develop a trend line because we can set the trend line. And we have historical data that would allow us to set a trend line so that we can walk out of here with actual metrics for this goal. But my preference would be to keep it broad, to keep the student outcome number 1 broad, as well as student outcome number 2 broad, and then hit the specificity, close the achievement gap in the interim goals.
And so I just want to remind everyone that the board does not get to pick the interim goals. It is very specifically the superintendent's job to say what the measures are that you're going to look at. And so, it's great that that you've heard Superintendent Elder say that it definitely is a priority for him. At the same time, it's just my job to make sure that the board is very clear with what their expectations are. So you don't have to go one way or the other, but it's the conversation that needs to happen. Around the baselines, I strongly encourage this board to not push the superintendent. So first of all, you're not going to leave here today with the forecast. Forecasting is not a simplified process. It's not something that where you can just say that we're going to create the trend line, because the trend line is student outcomes. They're the ones that set the trend line based on their performance. And so what's based on previous information, previous data from the state, that information can help inform of what it may be. And your superintendent actually has attempted to do that for a couple of these. It is my strong recommendation that this board not move forward with any kind of forecast based on that historical data from a different assessment, because that assessment is different than the one that is currently being used. And it's not, the trends from that assessment are not going to be the same as the trends from this assessment. And it really, and it really should be 2023 is the year that we're in. That's the baseline that you should be starting with, because going back, so we're already halfway through this school year. We can't, you literally cannot have the expectation that, I mean, you can have the expectation, but it's not necessarily an acceptable expectation or an achievable expectation to set that you're going to start moving the needle between last year's baseline or last year's data point and this year's data point. So those are just considerations. Again, it's what you do is the prerogative of the board. But remember that this is about setting expectations, being very, very clear with the expectations that you set. And then once those clear expectations have been set, then you are more likely to have a successful system of accountability.
Not that we had to put numbers down. I thought that was something that we were going to have to do.
But we
So
will.
it'll be a placeholder from X to Y. So from X in 2023 to Y in 2028. That would be your 5-year goal. You can't, I mean, you could, but it would be really, it would be in my opinion, not the best decision for you all to make to move forward in that way. But the baseline will be measured in May. So the next test is taken in May. At that point, you have 2 pieces, you have 2 points, then you can draw a line, and then you know whether that line, so for example, one of your metrics, I can't remember if it's English or math, last year's score was 36.6. Next year's, so in this May, the students could go to 37.6, or they could go down to 34. It's that next line, that next data point that determines whether or not you're trending up or trending down. If you don't know which direction you're going, that's going to inform the different strategies that are implemented and the types of resources that need to be allocated.
I mean, the problem too, though, Ashley, is that we are putting this off because I know they're going to take the test in May, but we may not get the data until, when did we get it this year? Like August or September or something?
It's usually August.
Yeah, I mean, that's putting,
and that's why you can't really include this year. It has to be, so May 2023 is the starting point.
So I'll just help with a little bit. Test is in April. PED swears 6 weeks. So we don't pause on this. And we can definitely set I think if we're telling people, look, we're investing heavily in early literacy, we're going to expect you to use your interim assessments. You better do a beginning of the year. You better know where your first and second graders are, because it's a coming. And this is how, we're looking at things. We'll be okay. And if PED gets those scores out, we should have them before the school year starts. But we can start talking now. I'm honestly, guys, we're supposed to present to the principals tomorrow at 8:15 on this. And we're supposed to tell them, and we have a lot to tell them. We really do. Honestly, this has been difficult, and it's not been a ton of fun, but I can tell them literacy, you're going to improve. Math, we're going to improve. We're going to have a social emotional or a SEAD goal. We're going to have you got that for me. I'm good. We have something to tell them. We do.
Well, and I think my point was is that we also have the public that's watching, that we need to have something to tell them as well. And so, we informed them that we were going to walk out of here with goals and metrics. And so I think that concerns me. I understand the rationale behind it, but I mean, it concerns me to walk out of here without having completed our promise to the community.
And I think what we can do, and Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, but so I think the second data point is critical so that we know, which way we're trending. But I think we just need to make sure that we communicate that it's not that the work, that it's not coming. It's just that we're going to wait for this next assessment, and then we can set what that goal is, what that actual metric is going to be, or the percentage that we want to increase on there. So I think we're coming out with the public that, yes, we did our task in terms of identifying some high leverage student outcomes that we want to have and some goals that we have. We can be transparent with the community and say, here's what's working. What's hard for us right now is because we don't have that second assessment, but we're going to add it, and we're going to set up a goal for ourselves that's going to be very specific, and we'll have to come back and do that. I think we just are transparent in our board meetings saying, and giving ourselves a time, like the superintendent is telling us, 6 weeks is what PED is telling us. We'll chunk out the timeline from that, but saying, to estimate that we will have it for sure, hopefully, I like how you said that, that we have it by the start of the school year.
We are debating over here. I mean, let's be realistic. We're not going to, over 5 years, we're not going to set a goal less than 10%. So, I mean, that's minimum, I believe. And then we base off that. So if you needed something to say, look, I'm a board member and I'm not going to settle for less than 10% over this 5-year period. Okay. Now the trends come in and we've plummeted, but we're not going to accept, right? So, I mean, if you need a number for your constituents, I think you can have a number for your constituents, and we just let them know that this is going to be, to get exact requires another data point, because I am assured by people who know that comparing tests to produce, comparing separate tests, especially since those tests were pre-pandemic and we're now post-pandemic world, and these kids are different, is really risky, and it's not going to be accurate. And I think I'd prefer to be accurate. I think you'd prefer to be accurate with this type of work.
So this is the first time hearing that we're not going to have numerical tests. Numerical goals. So Scott mentioned it in his overview. Ashley, you referred to it. I had not heard that at all. So I've been operating under the assumption that a goal is a SMART goal. So that said, I do agree with Scott. And not only that, there's, again, tons of educational research which shows what rate of growth can look like. And it's easier to go from poor to fair than it is to go from fair to good or good to great. So if our scores are at 19 point whatever %, it's realistic to say a 10-point gain, and I wouldn't want anything less.
No.
I think similarly for the reading score, if we're at 32.6, I spent, because I thought we were going to come in and set numerical goals. I spent a lot of time looking at other districts today, looking at districts across the state, looking at what Gallup McKinley has done, Santa Fe, Rio Rancho, also looking at the Council of Great City Schools. And based on that, an improvement of 16 percentage points makes sense. So
I think we need to clarify just, and I know you've got this right, but I just need to clarify the way it was said. We're not going to have a numerical goal tonight. We are going to have a numerical goal.
I know. Well, I guess I'm pushing for a numerical goal tonight, which I felt like was Board Member Jackson and Muller Aragon as well. Again, because we told our constituents, we told our community that we would do that. And I don't think it's beyond us to be able to say we'll grow by, I think, 16% and 10%, but it doesn't feel true to our word. And it feels like excuse making to say we have to wait.
Over how many, over 10 years? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Or five? Okay.
I am simply operating off the coaching that we all are receiving from the Council of Great City Schools. And so Ashley had informed me she'd had this discussion with each of you ahead of time. So I guess I'm informing you now that this is the coaching we've received. I am completely comfortable with you saying the minimum we'll accept is 10%. And once we have the actual trend line data, we'll expand it. But I'm also, if what my statisticians are telling me is we really could use that second data point, and what the Council of Great City Schools is saying, part of this process is you should have at least 2 data points, then I feel like that's the coaching that we are getting. And that's why I'm just sort of going with what I was told to go with.
And I will say to Board Member Gonzalez, I was actually surprised as well. I had a conversation with Ashley today too. And I was like, because I did ask her, I was like, I don't understand why we don't have it. So she had explained to me about the numbers. Now, I'm not a statistician or that part. So, I guess for my part, I was just willing to accept that coaching as well, but I did ask that question. It's like, I thought we were going to come out with a goal. And what I understand is that we will have a goal. We just won't have it completely fleshed out tonight. And so I think it's just, I think we can, decide if that's, I guess as a board, if that's what we want to do, not do. I'm sort of I still am not sure.
So I have a question. Could we, obviously we don't know what the starting point is versus the ending, but we could at least say we would want this percentage of growth as a number
Within 5 years.
within 5 years, right?
Like as a middle point,
Right.
saying, instead of having.
So
So,
going from this to this, because we don't have the,
I guess we know what 19.6 is. And if we know that 10% is reasonable, I don't know why we wouldn't walk out of here tonight saying 19.6 to 29.6 in 5 years. I don't understand why we have to have the second number to prove any sort of trend, because that's like a teeny little part of what happens over 5 years. And if we already know today that we want our kids in 5 years to be at 30% proficiency rate or 35% proficiency rate, why don't we just say that now? No matter what the starting is. I guess if we know 10% or 16% or whatever is something that we're comfortable with, why don't we just say that and do it?
So if I may, and so first of all, I want to take ownership of some confusion here, because it was over the weekend when I realized that that there was a problem with the data. And then Scott and I visited and got really clear on exactly what the conditions are. So that, and Danielle, I think you're the only one that I haven't been able to have a conversation with that was specific to this specific issue. The reason that you can't do that is that if the current reality for students is trending down, then your strategies are going to have to be very different than if they're trending up. If they're trending down, then you're in a more drastic intervention situation than if they're going upwards. You don't know what direction they're going until you have 2 data points, because you need 2 points to form a line. So you can say, and on the same, you may say, okay, so now we're moving up, but we're really low. So maybe 10% it's fine. That's a minimum, but we actually are capable of going 15 or 16 or 20%. This is the information that none of you as school board members are expected to know, because you're not statisticians, you're not data analysts. It's the people within the district, the professional educators who you have hired and who you are paying for that expertise, who are going to be able to inform that information. So to make a short answer to a big question, that's why you have to know truly where you're starting, and just one point in time doesn't give a full range of information. It doesn't tell you the direction that you're going, and you have to know what the direction that you're going is before you can say this is how much we can improve by. And it is not outside of what is common to when you adopt your goals using the placeholders of from X to Y. Even Broward County, who has been mentioned several times tonight, some of their goals and even their interims are from X to Y, because they don't have those data points yet. And even 2 of the ones that were proposed, they're not even being tracked. So you don't even have a single data point for that. So it's just, so first of all, I should acknowledge my role in not setting better expectations around exactly what you're going to leave here with. But if you can leave with the fully articulated goals minus the starting point and ending point, with placeholders for the starting points and ending points, then you have very much done your job. And with the expectation that what is coming is real numbers for your starting points and your ending points, and knowing that you're going to be setting much better expectations for what happens over the course of a year and what happens over the course of the full 5 years. Because remember, you want to adopt 5-year goals, but you also have to have annual or yearly targets for each of those goals. So you need to know what their trajectory is by each year. So, 1 year of growth may give you a 2-point increase. The next year you may get a 3-point increase. It's never going to be a straight line. And sometimes you may even have a plateau in there somewhere. Your administration will be able to tell you what is possible based on their expertise and understanding of what is currently being invested in the way of resources and energy, employees and all of that. And then how they're going to change behaviors to create those increases, and at what rate those increases will be able to happen.
So Ashley, I'm really confused, because I'm even looking at Broward County and they do have targets. So at the same time, I hear what you're saying, because it does say, they're going to grow their ELA from 52 in June 22 to 65 by June 2027. So, and I see that they do have some things that are just baseline. I don't know. I guess I'm just, because I kind of struggled with you a little bit on this one in the conversation. So I don't know what to do here, because this is not my area of expertise for sure. Just in terms of setting, baselines and so on and so forth. I am worried. I know that we're talking, and the superintendent is going to go tomorrow. He's going to talk to principals. Yes, we're going to have a math goal. We're going to have this whole thing on literacy. I don't know. What do you guys,
Why can't we say we will increase by 10? And this is an honest question. I get your point about statistics. And I think early on in my term here, when we were talking about increasing test scores and we were throwing out numbers, I warned about this because I was married to a statistician, my late husband, understood this. And he always said, be careful. You have to fully understand what you're measuring up against your original assessment. So I understand that, but I'm wondering, is it folly or is it wise to say we will increase by 10 percentage points or by 16 percentage points?
So you could say that in the interim between now and when you have the 2 data points turning back to the framework on page 2 of the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Manual, it actually talks about what are the things that make up an effective goal. And so it requires you to have a starting point and an ending point, which if you said 10%, then that'll give you your starting point and your ending point. You have to identify the month and the year that you start. So a starting date in a month that mentions the month and the year, and an ending date that mentions the month and the year. This tells you when the snapshot was taken. So you can't, you're not going to evaluate, January 2022 versus November of 2023, because those are 2 separate points throughout the year. So you can do that. It's just not an effective practice to say 10 points because that's not,
Yes.
It doesn't work linear that way. It's just not the reality. And that actually, when this framework was started, that was actually the way that they did it. And then we were all corrected that this is not the most effective way to create a measurable goal. You have to have, you have to be able to articulate what your annual targets are going to be. So you could say from X to Y with a minimum of 10%, but that can't be the final, that can't be the final piece of data that you end up with. It really should.
but actually what we can do is that because we're going to have some interim monitoring on the pieces of, I can't even talk because I'm blah, blah. But we're going to be doing some monitoring. The board comes back. So there's nothing that says that we can't modify a measure. I mean, I kind of feel like we do need to have something.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, and I would argue, I mean, things are drastic, and I don't think that it would be out of line to set a goal, even if for student outcome 1, if the data comes out in 2023 and we've dropped to 30 or 28 or whatever, it's still not out of line to say that we should be at, I don't know, add 16% to that goal, that we should be at 48. But
Yeah, that's it.
Is that
Okay.
like, I know Member Gonzalez, you would know more about.
Well, that's why I think, yes, like that's why I spent so much time looking at other districts and looking at New Mexico today to look for what's attainable. And that, I mean, and again, it's more attainable given how low we are and given the current circumstances. So I hear you, Ashley, on the strategies are going to be different. But again, that's what the district sets. We set the goal. So I hear you owning that I wasn't spoken to, and it feels, again, like a bait and switch, not just for me, but for our community. Like we all went out there and said, we're going to set measurable goals, and then we're going to come out with no numbers. So that just feels like contributing to this culture of low expectations to say like, okay, actually, we're not going to because the test changed. We can still set a goal for growth.
So, so that's fine. If you want to set, so if the board chooses, and that's what I'm hearing, is that you would like to have metrics assigned to your goals by the time you leave today. So if that is the case, then what, then looking at the ELA goal, let me just get it to where we are right now. So if right now, or in 2022, the measure in 2022 was 19.6%.
I don't think we
Oh, it's
should.
32.6.
Oh, sorry.
We would
I don't
like,
know. I don't know what I'm looking at. 32.6. So if you go from 32.6,
Ashley, hang on. The superintendent wants to say something, please.
if this is the direction you're gonna go, when we're fine, we'd like to just say, set it at 10, let us see what comes out, and maybe we can adjust it to higher. Because it needs to be attainable and it needs to be fair. And we're not using, and you're doing it based off, well, we saw this district do that, or we think this can
Right,
happen.
right.
I understand that. I know it's also 10:30 at night and we're anxious to make a decision. And I think we'd be better off adjusting up than we would be coming back and saying, oh gosh, we need to adjust down. That's just what I'm asking as the administrator.
I mean, our community spoke loud and clear about wanting to keep those high expectations, though.
We
So
would love to shoot past that.
So what did you find in your research?
16%. That's why I was suggesting that
Or
ELA.
or ELA?
for ELA. And based on a starting point of around 30% proficiency. This was looking at Council of Great City Schools, the Window and Mirrors report, and also then looking at New Mexico improvement. So again, I think 16 is achievable, attainable, realistic. If we want to get out of here with a 10% goal, I think that's aiming low, but I'll take it because it's a numeric goal and that's what we promised our community.
And I would also say that it looks like we can do 16%. I would love to do 16% because the kids deserve it. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just uncomfortable committing my school people and to something that we just might be setting them up for failure.
we can go in the middle,
Probably not.
Danielle,
Probably
and go
not.
13%, go in the middle. Take the middle.
So while we're, I mean, I'm not sure who promised numeric goals to whom when, because that was not a part of the conversation that I heard. What I heard is that the community wants kids who are competent in reading and writing and knowing where they want to go. So I can live with more than 10%. I can live with, you know, bottom line, our seriousness is not based on what number we put here, because there's not a year. I've been in this profession for 50 years, and there is not a single year where we haven't looked at test scores and had someone come and shake their finger in our face and say, you better improve this by 10 points by next year. Bye, see you at the end of next test season. The difference is that we are seriously looking at what does it take to move the needle for our students. And the seriousness is that we are saying we are setting goals that will be realistic. We are developing a strategic plan which will help with setting those interim goals. And we're setting the guardrails. And if the seriousness of this work is based on, we're going to pick this number out of the sky or that number out of the sky, then I don't think that's a sign of what's serious. You know, what it comes down to, what are we willing to do? And on that note, I will say we need to put in the language the specific language for the Yazzie Martinez identified groups, which includes low income, Native American, English language learner, and students with disabilities, because that covers about 70% of our community when we add low income. If we can move the needle for them, we know that kids who come to school with the academic language that they need, the security in their house, and the kind of stable family economic status, they're doing okay. We are not going to back off of what they get. We are going to make sure that we keep working for them. But the group that we get hung up on over and over again are the kids that come to school without all of those things in place. And what does that mean for setting priorities? And if we don't figure out as a district, as a board, how to set our priorities for where we really target our resources, what kinds of support do we give to staff? What kind of support do we give to families? What kind of support goes into school communities for making students successful? We are not going to get there. So I don't care what we do for the number. Make it anything you want. The seriousness is that we are altering what we do for students that are not being successfully served.
So I have language that I'd like to suggest.
Thank you.
Under literacy proficiency, increase by 10 percentage points within 5 years. Third grade Martinez-Yazzie students scoring proficient or above in, oh, well, wait a minute, that wouldn't make sense. Third grade Martinez-Yazzie students as measured by the New Mexico MASA.
And we were adding Black to Yazzie Martinez, I think. I would propose that we do.
Yes, great. Martinez-Yazzie and
African-American.
African-American or Black students as measured by New Mexico MASA. And then we do the same thing, increase by 10 percentage for math proficiency. Increase by 10 percentage points within 5 years, 8th grade Martinez-Yazzie and Black students, African-American students, as measured by the New Mexico MASA.
I am vehemently opposed to that. And if that happens, I am just saying I'm going to get up and I'm going to walk out. So I'm just not, we're here for all of our kids. Doesn't matter what color they are, or how poor they are, how rich they are. We are here for all. I trust that our teachers are out there teaching all of our students, no matter what color they are or how poor they are, what zip code they live in. I know they are. And I'm just not, I just can't, we're here to represent every single child. And to say that every single white child that may not be a Yazzie Martinez, they could be a Yazzie Martinez child. They're not scoring where maybe another white child would. I'm just saying, I'm just not.
Martinez includes
It includes,
white
yep,
children.
it does. It includes poor, it includes children with disabilities and
70%
et cetera, et cetera. But I'm not excluding the 30%. So.
And I have to think that in order to hit a broad goal of just third graders or grade 3, the only way that can happen is by addressing the Yazzie Martinez and other students. But that would have to be addressed in the interim goals. And again, perception is reality. And I'm concerned that if we set a goal that is, while arguably would address the need, we still need to let the community know that all of our students deserve an increase in their proficiency rates.
but we won't be able to do the same increase for kids who are already, I mean, the increase is different when you're at the top of the, of your,
Already hitting 60%.
If you hit if we.
how do you,
High,
are we going to then different percentages for different groups?
can't the interim goals have different percentages?
That's a question Ashley could probably
I
answer.
mean, I guess,
Well,
it just, I understand what you are saying. I honestly do. I really do. I know that we have to move that achievement gap. I totally get that. Perception is reality. And we are going to have community members who are going to look at this and say, oh, so my third grader doesn't matter?
70% of our community has a perception too.
Right.
And they spoke up.
Right. And that 70% will be addressed very specific, I would assume, very specifically within the interim goals.
Here's how I understand it, and
We're too tired.
is that the original way that you're suggesting, it leaves out a whole subgroup. And you guys are saying we just need to ensure everybody's included, right? Are we against saying, because obviously everyone's going to receive the same instruction, the same resources, the same teaching style. And those who need additional support, they are allowed to receive that. And we could even add that in the guardrails. But we don't have to isolate a particular group in the context of what the goal says. Right? Does that work?
I mean, it's not about isolating a particular group. It's about identifying where it's setting priorities with limited resources. Where should the district direct those resources? And that's our responsibility as a board. So based on the student outcome performance data that's in front of us, with limited resources and forced to make some hard choices, yeah, the district should direct those resources towards these student groups. That does not mean that other student groups, the 30%, are not going to get educated or not going to get resources or not going to get extracurriculars. They're going to continue to receive that, but the focus really has to be on improving outcomes for the 70%.
I think that's what I'm saying too. I'm just flipping the language, right? Like flipping, you're saying address it here and the other 30% will be addressed here. And I'm asking if we can flip it and say, we're gonna do everyone, but then the specificity comes in the underside. But I mean, this might be something that we don't take a vote, but we like, because I don't know that we'll come to agreement.
Okay, so here, I was hesitating about having to say this. Keep in mind that this is if our administration gets wiped out tomorrow, God forbid. And all of a sudden, sorry, wiped out by some horrible natural force, okay? Then what, the interims then what? These are supposed to direct anybody in that position as to what we expect. These are our this is our value statement. And interim goals are set by administration. So this is where we put ourselves on the line.
And I'm saying that you can't, yes, you are correct. There is no way that you would be able to address the the gap. If you guys got wiped out tomorrow,
Dinosaur.
the new person coming in would look at it and say, okay, we need to improve proficiency in third grade. How am I going to do that? They're going to go and they're going to look and they're going to set their interim goals to
Not
be,
necessarily.
well, so we'll just disagree. I would prefer that there is a broad goal and that the interim goals hit specificity. That's what my preference is, and that's what I am voicing.
I hear you. Could we just do SEL? That would be an easier goal at this moment.
No. Where's the
I mean, I'm just gonna.
FYI, food will be here anytime.
Crystal ordered?
I ordered food.
Did you order a box of?
Just so you know.
You order like pots and clothes. I mean, I'm just gonna go back to what Board Member Peterson said. It's like, it's just, I mean, this is really high stakes in terms of getting down to the seriousness of it. I mean, whatever darn number we put in there, I had to stop myself there. Whatever darn number that we put in there, it's disappointing. I will say it's disappointing that we can't even come to like acknowledgement, consensus around that there is a huge gap. There is a big gap. And the students that are in that gap keeps getting bigger, and it's gotten bigger and it's gotten bigger. And I'm hoping that, you know, whatever the inputs are, or whatever we're going to have is actually going to focus on that. But I also know, I mean, it's not lost on me at all that when it comes to, you know, to deciding our limited resources that we're going to have to do and pull together, is that we're going to have this very same argument again about why those kids should not be the only sole focus when we know that they should be. Because that's the group that has grown, the gap keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And we need to just stop pretending that it's not. I mean, it's getting bigger, and we have to stop pretending that we have not invested in a meaningful way to really turn that tide. And I'm just worried. I mean, I also am with you, Barbara. It's just like, we just put whatever damn number you want and we'll just do it. But the proof is going to be in, I know for like in my district, the proof is going to be in is, am I going to start to see those scores start to go up? And that's really what's going to have to happen. And I'm hoping like hell that when we look at that and we look at it across all of these particular demographic groups, that score percentage raise is actually increasing. It exceeds the rest of it. That those 70% of those kids, that their numbers are going up at exceedingly high rates because we have put enough resources and we have done all the things that we need to do to target that particular group that has just been left behind. So I'm at this point, I think one, we're exhausted. I'd like to have a goal. At this point, I think I'm comfortable with just putting a number in, because I think where it's going to get really dicey is when we have to start making some decisions about how we're going to use our finite resources. And we're going to have, and I'm hoping like hell that we do have some really strong interim goals that will help us to push, because the district's going to push us in the ways that we're going to make those investments in those groups, because we are going to see, and we're going to have to see an incremental increase for those groups. It's going to be really big.
So for the purpose of moving the conversation along, and I think that everyone has kind of made their position clear. So we've got two things on the table. The first is the level of specificity you want to provide around your student groups. Do you want to specify in these two goals around English and math, do you want to specify students that fall within the categories named in the Yazzie Martinez settlement? That's the first question. The second question, which I'm hearing a resounding yes, but I haven't provided the specific coaching around what happens in the event that you do choose to just put in a number. So before we get to that, I want to just go down the line, starting with Danielle, ending with Josefina, and saying, yes, we should include, or I believe that we should include Yazzie Martinez student groups, or no, I do not believe that we should include Yazzie Martinez student groups at this time. I want to be clear that you don't, so if you chose not to, the interim goal, so the interims would be reported at the time. So whenever you adopt the goals, whether it be at the next meeting, or if it needs to be at a further meeting down the road, which I'm kind of thinking that might need to be the case based on the amount of time that we've spent today. When those interim goals are developed and presented to you as a board, if they are not in alignment with the vision of the community that you represent, then that's the time to make it more specific. You could also choose to make it more specific right now, which I think there have been some really clear arguments on why that you may choose to do that. And I want to be clear that this is not that specificity it does not come from a place that is political in nature. It comes from, you have the literal expectation that has been set upon you by the state of New Mexico that these students should be made the priority. So if you as a board can make the decision to follow what the state has said and make them a priority, or to keep it broad and just focus on all third graders and all eighth graders. And with that being, if that is the case, then understanding that you may not have the level of specificity that you're expecting in your interims. So we'll start with Danielle, just on the question of how specific you want to get around student groups.
Yes, I think Yazzie Martinez, an African-American student group, should be included in the goal.
And yes, I think we need a narrative that says, of course, all students are important. And of course, we are committed to the success of all, but we've got to focus on the groups that are not successful at this point. And that's Yazzie Martinez and African-American students.
And no, all kids are just as important, no matter what color you are. Everybody is important. And for us to say that these kids they do get this extra help in Title I schools. There's all this money that does go toward many of those students. And so I just can't believe that we would do that, to not include all students when we say we're here for everybody. I just can't imagine doing that. I mean, I personally couldn't do that to that 30%, of children. I just couldn't.
Yes, I think we should have a stated goal with some specificity, but that includes a group.
I would like to keep the goals broad and include specificity for the goals.
So my gut is telling me that it's yes, that we need to be very specific about the groups that we're targeting based on the data that's presented to us.
Ditto, and Martinez Yazzie and African-American students need to be stated.
Okay. So the next question that I have on the floor, or that I would like to put on the table for you all, is around around your starting points and your ending points And I want to, before we start going through these responses, I want to provide some clarity around a couple of things. So if the board decides to move forward with the language that you'll increase over, that you will increase by 10% over the next 5 years, that does not meet the criteria of a SMART goal under student outcomes focused governance. The reason it doesn't meet the criteria of a SMART goal under student outcomes focused governance is you have to have a starting point and you have to have an ending point. By saying 5% over or 10% over 5 years does not give you a starting point and an ending point. And it needs, so through the framework, it should be very clear of what the starting point is and what the ending point is, so that there is no confusion about exactly what you mean. So that's the first thing, that that's a decision for you all to make. I'm here to provide you coaching. You don't have to, you take it upon your discretion. So that's the first thing. The second thing is so the reason that this is important, when you don't have a clear line of trajectory, then it is impossible for you to know what is realistic and what is attainable. So if you say a minimum of 10%, that is something that you can absolutely do. You're the board, it's your prerogative. If you do choose to go that way, it's creating a situation that could provide headache down the road. At some point, you will want to have more clarity around what your starting points are, what your ending points are, and understanding what is able to be accomplished over the course of year to year. If you don't have those annual targets, which that language would not provide, you're creating a condition where there's ambiguity around your goals. So it's your prerogative of how you want to move forward. It's my responsibility to make sure that you are being as effective as possible based on the data that we have at our disposal that says this is the behaviors that highly effective boards that move the needle for students in districts where students are actually increasing their outcomes. So with that said, one of the things I want you to think about is how might we move forward that is both honoring the commitments we've made to the community, while also being realistic or by setting goals that are smart. So measurable is absolutely something that is part of SMART. I'm not suggesting that you do not adopt goals that are not measurable. I'm simply saying that the metrics, the literal numbers you're given placeholders until you have that second data point. If you choose to not do that, which is again your prerogative, how may you move forward that still honors having SMART goals? So that means that they have to be specific and attainable, and in addition to being measurable. So I'm just gonna start with Danielle and go down the row again.
Ashley, can you stop for just a second, please? Thank you.
I have some new lines
Take a breath.
that'll give.
Okay, go ahead.
Increase by 10 percentage points from starting September 2023 to September 2028, third grade Martinez Yazzie and African American students measured by the New Mexico MASA. Something's missing there. Increase literacy proficiency by 10 percentage points from September or starting in September 2023 to September 2028, third grade Martinez Yazzie and African American students as measured by the New Mexico MASA. And we do the same thing for math proficiency.
So September to September metrics.
Well, only because I think we get, did I hear that we get results in August?
Sure. That's the plan is even earlier than that. So, but I've heard this from Ped from, well, let's see.
Many
when did you start
administrations.
teaching, Bert?
Years. So can
Many,
can I
many.
restate what
many.
you said? So increase the percentage of third grade
Literacy.
Yazzie well, I'm not there. Increase the percentage of third grade Martinez Yazzie and African American students scoring proficient or above in ELA as measured, or scoring proficient or above in ELA as measured by the MASA by 10 percentage points from September 30th or September 2023 to September 2028. Is that what you're saying? Go percentage 10%? Because here's the thing, the numbers that we have that were given to us, those were all scores. So now what I'm having a hard time is we don't have specifics for Yazzie Martinez.
Right.
Right. So we don't have the Yazzie Martinez and the African American pulled out that we can aggregate right now. So now we can't create a data point from here to here. We potentially can state a percentage, but we don't have that data to say whatever. I mean, we've got to do some quick.
That's why I said increase literacy proficiency by 10 percentage points.
Yeah, we said,
Starting. Well, I think.
I said ELA.
Right.
No,
We can't, you can do a general number. We're gonna have to do some work because we can't say this group's at 15%, so we're getting to 25%. This group's, because those have to be all teased out still. Those are combined numbers.
Right, because we don't have the
We don't
data
have
now
it, no.
with getting specific.
So here's a suggestion. And because personally, I wanted to leave with a percentage, some type of metric, but honestly, at the end of the day, I'm going to trust Ashley. Like Ashley's the expert here. Like she has done this more times than we have. And to trust her advice of saying that we should not put that in there, because I don't even like the 10%, honestly. Like, I really think that is not even a rigorous goal for us. And I'm just proposing, obviously, what we decide as a whole is what we do, but I think we need to just trust her expertise and not put a percentage in there as of now.
I can live with that.
Okay. Can I just do a process check really quick? Ashley, we're worn way down. Just reading the room here. This has taken so long because we still have to do guardrails.
No, there's no way.
Yeah, I'm going to propose that the guardrail discussion be moved to a later time and just focus on the goals, just because with the way that with the direction that the conversation has gone, I think that the guardrails that you have that were thrown out earlier in the conversation might need to be reworked a little bit. So I want to just take that off the table and say, let's just focus on the goals for right now. And then we can recalibrate and figure out when we need to bring forward some guardrails, or when you can discuss the guardrails.
What do you guys think, Duncan?
And it's completely your decision. We can go forward and have that conversation tonight. It's
No,
literally your decision.
We're not there. Hang on a second.
I'm just curious what it means to recalibrate on the timeline. So if we're going to be able to vote on goals probably in 2 weeks, maybe consider guardrails next week, maybe those get voted on in 2 weeks too. Does that put us on the right trajectory to be able to approve a budget aligned to these goals? Like, does that give how much are we pushing back other dependencies within the district that are related? That's a dependency, sorry.
Superintendent Elder will have to respond to that.
I think I've expressed this a couple times, but this will, you're just setting the goals now allows us to start trying to figure out how to realign some things, right? And I think when we talked before, it's a 2-year process. This has put us back. I can't deny that. I'm very hopeful that we're going to be able to at least show you a template of a budget that shows where we're making those efforts to begin the process of moving resources beginning this year and then continuing. And I think that's part of the strategic planning as well. So some of that work still has to be done, but it's probably going to slow the roll on a couple of things that people are interested, but I intend to bring these goals back at least on the 18th, which is next week, and for you guys to approve them. And we're just obviously going to have to do some wordsmithing. Now that you've changed some of the language on the math literacy, which I'm fine with, I have to rethink the interim goals now. And that's going to take a little bit more work. There's some other things that, so we've been, we're listening to you guys, there's a lot of people listening, they're working. We're trying to figure out this percentage thing too, this 10%, 16%. But they're trying to do this after 10 o'clock at night. I'm afraid they're going to make a mistake. So hopefully we'll be able to add some clarity on that as well. So my thing is, if you guys can just get the goals pretty well wordsmith, we'll get those to you before the weekend. And that assumes we got it all right. And I have a feeling what's going to happen is you're going to send me some stuff back and you're going to say, no, not quite right. And we'll try to get that. If you have some I've been watching people write down guardrails and stuff. You got a suggested guardrail? I'll listen. I mean, we're going to have to go back and funky with those now too, because those are going to be a little bit different too, but it's nothing major. It's definitely writable. And I don't know about doing them next week, but that's up to you guys. So.
My computer doesn't want to work
It's
anymore. It's tired.
Your computer died.
So I think
Not charging.
other than the fact that we are not, I was taking this sort of 10% idea as a general 10%. And then once we can figure out what the actual percentages are, we'll apply those to each of the subgroups. But we're not going to have that today.
That's fine.
I'm probably not going to have it tomorrow
Mhm.
because all the people that are doing that are watching us.
Okay.
So, and there is other work going on, like you've mentioned.
Mhm.
So.
And are we looking at the Yazzie Martinez subgroups as well as African American as an aggregate, or are we gonna do separate?
That's a good point.
Seems like in the interim, it needs to be disaggregated out for the interim goals, but for the overarching goal, I think they can be, it seems to me, and I'm not a statistician or an expert, it seems like they just need to be stated as this is the group that will move the district.
All right.
So then we're at the point then with what Board Member Dominguez proposed as the 10%, but knowing that, or I'm so lost. Are we just not? Yeah. It's like, what are we doing?
I think we're going to pause and grab food.
Okay.
And then I think we do want to get through just the goals tonight. And then,
Yeah, but I'm just, okay. Yeah. Cause I'm just thinking about the 10%, whatever it was. So anyway, I need to go.
I'm
I need to go to
very
ladies'
hopeful
room.
that We're looking at the 10% as 10%
And then we'll,
And then interims we can break down. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards, but I'm also like you. a little
little
Sluggish.
muddled, yeah.
Trying to decide,
What did I miss?
I have
Huh?
Sorry.
I'm deciding what my PowerPoint's gonna look like tomorrow. Would you?
Okay, so are we in recess right
On a
now?
break, because someone just brought some food in and everybody's about to eat their shoe.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. Just let me know when y'all are ready to come back.
do care.
This girl.
Lighten up the mood.
I do care. Do you know that my grandfather's roommate in college was Tom Landry? So I'm a lifelong Cowboy.
That's so cool.
You know, I watched TV or football as a kid, just to watch Tom.
Board members, your mics are live and you're ready to go back into session when you're able.
We're ready. Let's do it.
Really?
Let's go.
Okay,
My computer died.
okay. So Ashley, where are we? We're got to get through this. We're going to get through our goals. We're going to finish this. Chop, chop. Let's do it really quickly. We're worn down. And I just want to say that is because just at this time of night, as worn out as we are, we're not going to make great decisions. I just have a feeling we're making decisions at this point because we're exhausted and we've been worn down. So I think we have
Well,
come to agreement of some things that we need to do.
Recommendation.
Okay,
So as Dr. Segura mentioned earlier, there is work in the district around SEL currently.
okay.
We don't have that work here in front of us. We would like you to give us the criteria that you are looking for in this goal. Allow us to go and meet with our people. Implement some of this new terminology that we're working with, because everybody's been reading pretty rapidly. And then we will bring you a proposed SEL goal. You can you can give us a template tonight. You can write, and we may keep it word for word. I'm fine with that. I looked at the Columbus. It doesn't quite fit us because it's just language. It doesn't really fit us. But if you want to offer something, but if you don't want to offer it, just give us the criteria so that we can wordsmith it when we're, like you say, we're a little more on top of it. But I would like the criteria that you want incorporated into this goal, if you're not going to give us a template.
Because I know one of the goals that, well, I even hate to use the word goal, but the outcome that we were hoping for tonight is that we would finish up and at least identify some of the goals that were our draft goals, because we have to get them out to the public for input before we have our meeting on the 18th. So if we can at least have some agreement on some of those, and maybe we can put a placeholder and say something that a goal around social, emotional, and school climate is coming. And that, stay tuned for the January 18th meeting. And perhaps that's when we adopt that one and we put that one out still for public comment. And then we finalize everything at least by the end of the month of January, because then we could put, the first few out and then have the one on the social, emotional, school climate out for comment as well. It's probably going to be fine. And then we can adopt that one as well by the end of the month. Does that sound okay? Okay. So where are we on the increase the percentage of third grade students and increase the percentage of eighth grade students? Because I think, there was definitely majority thoughts around just naming out the subgroups and their importance in here. But I think where the difficulty is if we name or we state just a 10 percentage point, we're not sure what that means for the percentages. So is that kind of where we are right now? And do we feel like we can at least state the goal that way? Or is there some concern with it being framed that way? Because I think there's concern for you, right, Superintendent? And see, Dr. Segura, there's concern for you framing it this way.
Just because we're not sure how we're meant, like the groups, that calculation has not been determined based on the just specifically Yazzie Martinez groups, inclusive of the African-American subgroup as well. And are we looking at it as the whole group, a minimum of 10%, or is it each individual subgroup? I think that's what needs to be clarified for us so that we know what we need to work with our students on.
So what about the percentage of each subgroup of Yazzie Martinez and African-American grade students performing at or above proficient in ELA as measured by NMASA will increase by 10 percentage points from X to Y, knowing that the data team can get us that.
So just for clarification for me, board member, it's like, so if we looked at third grade, I'm just kind of looking at these numbers roughly, right? So if we've got American Indian at 15% and we're seeing 10, they would roughly go to like at least 25%. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Okay.
So you added each subgroup that was wording you added. So increase the percentage of
For each subgroup.
of Yazzie Martinez students, and then will increase from X, or will increase by 10% from X to Y. Okay.
May I provide a point of clarification around this conversation? So for the purpose of your goal, your big goal should have the aggregate data for all of those specific student groups. So if African American students are at, I don't have the data pulled up, but whatever their percentage is, you add it all together, figure out the average. That is what your goal, that is the metric or the specific measurement for your goal. Around the interim goals, you will receive a quarterly progress report that says this is how we're making progress to this goal. That progress report requires that all of your student groups be disaggregated. So you'll look at the information disaggregated by your interim goals once a quarter. The whole goal should be all student groups combined together, or all of the student groups that you've specified combined together.
So the average of those groups, the Yazzie Martinez plus African American, is 17%. So are you suggesting that it should read shall increase from 17% to 20%, 27% on average?
Yes. So it would just be 17% to 27%. And then you would look at and this is again why it's important to have those two data points, because I really think, and Board Member Gonzalez, you have alluded to this. I think you actually said it outright. The bigger, like the lower the current performance, the more quickly you're able to make progress. So if one of the groups is 17%, they're probably going to jump more than 10% over that time frame. And so the line of questioning that I'm leading you down tonight, I know that it is a lot, and I recognize it's late. You put in a lot of work, and I'm an hour ahead of you, so it's 12:30 my time. So I know that I'm feeling it with you. But this whole line of questioning is to save you a lot of heartache in the grand scheme of things, because if you could ultimately improve by 20% versus 10%, then it is the responsible thing to do for children, because that is who you're there for. You are there in service of children, to make sure that you are setting the highest goal possible. And when you have those very clear starting points, then the district is able to do the work to understand what is able to do, what is possible over the course of 5 years. So I think that setting an expectation that 10% is a minimum that's totally something that you can do. And that is absolutely acceptable. I really want to make sure everyone understands that 10% should not be your expectation. Your expectations, there should be a conversation down the road somewhere where you calibrate what is possible with the superintendent based on the next data point that you have and the trend line that draws.
Agreed. We will do that.
Yeah.
I think, but Yeah, but for now, we'll do the 17% to 27%.
No.
Oh, that's not what we're saying.
No,
Doing
we're doing temp.
Oh, we're doing 10%. Okay.
Yeah, just average.
Mhm.
So funny. First off, those groups are all mixed, so they have to be calculated.
Right.
Mhm.
Have to be calculated.
Right.
Just do the 10%. We'll move forward and hopefully we'll have good news for you and say, oh, look, we can bump it up to 60.
Mhm. Just so that we have something that we could come out to the community with, and we could say, I like the language where it was at a minimum of 10%, but I mean, I think we just need to give ourselves that time for that second point, but with the community setting that expectation that, yes, we did do we're doing a metric, we're doing a math problem here too, so that we can get to something else. So board members, are we going to be doing 10% on both of these measures as a minimum, just for the sake of getting ourselves through this tonight? Okay.
Yes, and knowing it will change.
And knowing it will
At minimum, 10%.
I think I'm.
You're good with that? You guys good with that? Okay. All right. Oh, Lord, I just took pizza.
We can go till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're on to the the SEL. We said we were going to come back because we don't have, but you need some ideas of what criteria.
Elements you want in it. So we can build a goal that you guys can then work with. But I don't want to just shoot in the dark,
Okay.
and I'll make it, that way we move a
Mhm.
little quicker.
So then we're done.
Once you give me what I'm asking.
Yeah.
More pizza? You got it.
He's not even smiling.
What is it?
He wants us to give him the criteria so that he can develop the student outcome
Well-
goal or present him with.
I can take emails. I'm just saying. I can go back and look at some other SEL goals. There were a few presented tonight. We can go digging. I've got some Aspen Institute stuff now. My
I think she.
mailbox is filling up, so.
Danielle, didn't you have it though?
I had examples and I sent a lot of stuff to
Got your
them.
email and I forwarded that to the right people and they're gonna start breaking that down tomorrow.
But I will say, one of the things I sent is a study that looked at multiple different frameworks of SEL and tried to identify what are basically the highest leverage ones. So they identified 7: growth mindset, intellectual curiosity, perseverance, self-awareness, self-efficacy, self-regulation, and social awareness. So acknowledging that these are defined differently and measured differently based on your tool, I would want to hear back from the district around which mindsets, habits, and skills make sense for our context and what you think, like if it's the Castle framework, if it's whatever, what you think makes most sense. But I think for me, it's improve school climate and social emotional development over the next 5 years.
So you're adding school climate to
Mhm.
what is,
So that was always part of my,
Yeah.
I just broke out the definition of SEED, which is school climate, social emotional skills, and social emotional skills applied in academics.
The 3-leg stool, I've got it. That's great. That we can work with that.
Yay.
Is the rest of the board, actually, let me make this easier. Is there anyone who is in disagreement with those proposed standards for an SEL goal?
No, I think we're
we're good.
What did
No,
you
I
say?
like it because I think that it addresses, I mean, we have academic goals, we have post-secondary goals, and we have
Social, emotional. I
Social-
mean, the
social
the
skills.
whole child goal.
the whole
Yeah.
child goal. So
Yeah.
I think, and I think it's great. It's what all of the families across the district are concerned about.
Mhm. Yes. Yes, I agree.
Truly relevant.
All right. We should have started with that one. All right, so where are we? Ashley, are we done? You've got enough.
So
What do we need to do here? You're coaching.
if Superintendent Elder feels good about about what he needs, or about having what he needs to move forward, if you all feel good about having what you need to move forward, the next thing I want to ask is around next steps. So you're currently scheduled to vote to consider and adopt your goals at the next board meeting. What expectations do you have for me and for the superintendent around that conversation? Do you hope to be able to adopt at least the 2 academic and the post-secondary readiness goal? Do you expect to be able to adopt all 4 of the goals that you've identified, or somewhere in between? And there was one thing I wanted to clarify. So you absolutely should post your goals, which you have to do that to be legal in the first place. But because you have public comment embedded in your board meeting, that is sufficient for the requirement that they be posted for public comment. You don't have to go back out and do additional listening around the goals. You're literally just putting them on the website. We can talk about a communication, Superintendent Montoya, or board member, board president Montoya Cordova. We can talk about a communication to from you on behalf of the board to everyone who engaged and left their emails during your community listening sessions. It is important for them to know that they gave their input, that they came, they spoke, and you listened.
Okay.
But we can work out those details after tonight. But just literally, what is your expectations for the next step between now and next Wednesday?
Okay, so I think we've already got that part figured out. We were planning to do everything that you just said. We will have, I think the board office is going to help me with the message that we're going to put out. We're going to put only the 3 goals out that are currently in a draft form, saying, here's what we've done, and that we're going to be announcing a goal related to social, emotional learning and climate, school climate, and that we'll be adopting that one probably at the end of the month at our last meeting. So we do have that plan. Our expectation is just those things. And so I think superintendent has everything he needs right now. And I can't think of anything else that we need to do at this point.
Announce when we'll work on guardrails.
Oh, yeah, I guess we do have to announce. I will have to announce that probably at the next meeting, because we've already are approving that agenda for the next meeting. That one's already gone out. We do have SOFG on the table as one of the items, as a discussion item. So, I mean, we could discuss our guardrails at that point if we want to. But it could get really messy. I think it would probably be best for us to just do it as a separate special meeting. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I was just going to suggest, since the district proposed some, I think we all have some written down and tried to create some. Scott invited them. If we could filter the draft guardrails to a location, whether it's anyone, Dr. Segura. I mean, I think if we had those and they were consolidated and created in themes or whatever, we could have something on the 18th that we could do like dot voting on or something to figure out, like, if we're presented with 12, each person can pick 4 and then we go from there. Like, I think there's a way to narrow that down pretty quickly if we're starting with the straw man.
I do have just sort of a personal issue, and I'm not sure how to resolve it, but I'm leaving town at 11:30 on next Wednesday morning to go to New York for a conference that's being sponsored by the American Federation of Teachers, but it's for community school governance groups. And so I'm going along with the ABC leadership team and several people from the Teachers Federation. And so if everything is on schedule, I will be on the ground by 5 o'clock on
Okay.
Wednesday.
And I,
But that's a
That's a-
question. I mean, I'll be with people who can herd me where I need to go, so I don't have to make decisions about where I'm going. But I do really want to be a part of that discussion.
and I do know that, just as an FYI, board member Mueller Aragon will not be with us at our meeting on the 18th. So if we're going to talk about guardrails, we might be, there's a potential, you're available, but there's a potential, there could be a glitch.
Yeah.
So maybe we should just, I agree with board member Gonzalez, is like, take a look at the guardrails that we have now, wordsmith what we've got there, send some comments over. We can even send them through Johanna for us as the board office, and she'll help us with, you know, making sure that they get shepherded. And then, shoot, I was hoping that we could do it, but I'm just kind of worried that we won't have a full board on the 18th to just get them all finalized. And so maybe what we do is that we actually finalize the guardrails with the last goal that we have coming up. And so we just do it all, we just wrap it all up on that last meeting of the board meeting at the end of the month. Does that sound okay?
I should point out that that last meeting is a
Finance.
committee meeting. It's a really long agenda.
We could start earlier.
It is, most of it's on consent.
Yeah, most of it's consent, so.
But we moved a lot.
Yeah, we can do the consent quickly. That will be great. And Johanna's doing a really good job of trying to get our agendas out earlier. It's up for you to approve. So if we can get those out. Okay. So I think that's our next steps, is that we'll just wait then for our next Board of Education meeting. Let's see. We'll do it on the 20th, by January 25th. And we're still meeting our timeline that I think we had for the public. It's January. I mean, we're just moving out a couple of weeks behind the 18th. So, I mean, I feel comfortable with that.
So can I be clear? We're going to take guardrails off next Wednesday completely.
Mm-hmm. So I was just looking at it.
Yeah, because we'll have just the
Regal.
the 3 goals plus the proposed. No, we won't. I'm sorry. It's just the 3 goals. I'm so tired. That's right.
There's a place, you're just concerned that you, like, something might go wrong and you won't be able to call in.
Right, if like airline delays.
Oh,
Things could happen. So we just need to be worried about that.
As
But
soon as I'm on the ground, I will call
Yeah.
in.
But I think we can just get everything wrapped up by the 25th. We'll be fine. All right? We're good? All right. I'm going to call this meeting, okay? So, all right. So the announcement of our upcoming board meetings. The next meeting will be held Wednesday, January 18th, 2023 at 5 p.m. here in our favorite place. And then the next special Board of Education meeting will be held on Wednesday, January 25th at 5:15, or immediately following the Finance Committee, also here at John Milne Community Boardroom, the Allison Bruce King Educational Complex. And with that, we are adjourned.
Way to break a record, guys.